It's usually the first venue you think of when you want to have a show.
We all come from the underground scene. All these like small intimate spaces are very important to us.
Yeah, so we're going to Substation right now. A lot of fond memories there.
And the space is really like kind of freeform because essentially it's just an empty room.
Yep.
And you can basically set up, you know, if you were organizing a show there,
any way
you could
want,
organize it any way you want.
Mm-hmm.
This used to be like a street. It was not like
not paved.
And like blocked off.
It was a road essentially.
Yeah, just a road that went through all the way, and there used to be a lot of gigs here on the street. Not just the inside, but like the outside was part of the performance, I guess.
Which was very cool because I mean, it's almost like an evolving space that's just like, you know, it can be whatever you want it to be, right? Like what you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Back then, since SCAPE was having like weekend trip and stuff like that, it was very cool because like artists were not performing on such a huge platform, but yet like there were a lot of people supporting it.
As a promoter and as an artist, it's a space for us to be able to just put out our ideas and like where it's not being accepted anywhere else. So that's somewhere or something that a space is for us, just somewhere to be free.
I guess Home Club was a place where new and upcoming bands can play shows and use it as a platform to grow their fan base or their following, and also to test out new material. It was basically a small square stage with subpar backline. You don't have to worry about getting it because you know you'll be there.
There was Identity every Friday night. And what I love about that lineup was there was always diverse. Like you can have a cute teensy pop act right next to like heavy metal act.
I think a lot of bands have done fundraisers here, and I think that was really important as a young band. Like there was no way to like generate money because you can't tour. So you know, like if you wanted to go overseas and play, you needed to do a fundraiser. So I think that's like the kind of memory I always keep with me, that like if not for this place, that it would never have happened.
So now we're going to the main space of Substation. I think it used to be called the Guinness Theatre, probably a while back. Yeah, so this is like where most of the things that happen in Substation actually get staged.
Yeah,
the stage will be right there. You can have like theatrical performances here, gigs here. You can even have like more experimental performance art pieces here where you combine different media and stuff like that, different I guess practices. To me, that's like super special because it allows the artist to say what they want to say and express what they want to do, express what they want to express in their own, completely in their own words, you know.
Or I feel also to take risks.
Yeah.
Even when booking shows with Disrupt and Third Eye as well, we usually gauge like the crowd expectancy.
Our crowd isn't really big, so we have to look for somewhere that's right in between in terms of venue sizes and capacity wise. So somewhere between around 150 to 200 people max.
It used to be like before Big Duck, when I wanted to try and get a show running, I wouldn't do it because the cost just won't justify what we wanted to do. We won't be able to make any money back. But now with these smaller venues and spaces, I can book a show and still make enough money to book another show with a profit afterwards. So I'm very grateful to be in this time, and I think it's only going to get better.
When I started going to like proper hardcore shows, it was quite violent, honestly. It was like for hardcore shows, like last time it was like controlled violence, but it was still pretty violent and aggressive. Compared to now, it's more tame, which which is better lah. I mean, like, people were just picking fights. Like, there were a lot of fights happening last time.
Like Adil was saying lah, you know, you come here to play. It's really about the performance of it and just like safe space to try new stuff, as you were saying. Not so much about like I gotta have the best gear with me.
Yeah, it's also more than the equipment. It's actually the people in home club. You know, they are always so like nice about, you know, when you're a new band, you know, they're still pretty chill. They try and help to give you the best sound possible. Over the years, you know, the sound guys changed, but it's always a similar kind of experience.
Somehow always a joker.
Yeah.
It's always
That's true.
it's always a joker on the soundboard. Yeah. I honestly remember easily like one show a week here.
Right.
Back in like I don't know, back in the day.
Substation itself, I fondly remember all those gigs with like, you know, 10 to 15 bands.
Different mix genre
Starting
shows.
at like noon until
Yes.
like, you know, like 10 p.m. or something, 11
yeah,
p.m. and then you
yeah.
catch the last train home,
Yeah.
you know. And that's like everything from like ska to
political punk
like
to
twee
hardcore
pop
to like screamo.
yeah, everything. And I feel like that's really unique because one day you pay like a certain amount of like what 10
I think 10
bucks,
or 12 at
bucks,
the most.
and then you get like an entire day of like
Anything,
anything you want to listen to. And the thing is like you will see like metalheads listening to indie pop, you know, and it's
vice versa.
And it goes, it's like everyone just listens to everything because you just want to listen to music and have a good time, right?
Thank you, good night.
I went to my first local show in 2008. That was Weekend Trip at SCAPE. So then like when I watched that show, I was like super inspired to play in a band. It was quite crazy because like I've never seen people react to a local band the same way they will react to an overseas band, an international band. Like literally the crowd energy was the same as when I watched Fall Out Boy at Indoor Stadium. Honestly, like everyone was just like shouting, jumping, stage diving, and I was like, I don't know, 16, 17, I was just like it's like I was just mind blown.
It was my first time hearing like every single person in the crowd screaming lyrics and like going berserk at a local band, which to me was like the coolest thing ever, and it kind of gave me some kind of hope like, hey, I was seeing not bad, yeah. Like this is really something.
Like a super important part of all these like art spaces is the people who fill it up. You will see people who are like new to the whole gig scene.
Yeah.
People who are like veterans. People
all
who,
kinds.
and
Yeah.
people who aren't even musicians. People who are artists.
Sometimes
DJs,
people or
you know?
even like passerbys.
Yeah,
I've even
yeah.
met people just passing by and they're like, you know, they hear it and they come in.
And they come in, and I think that makes like a very interesting kind of dynamic because everyone feels like you're in the same kind of plane, you know, you're at the same level.
Yeah.
Whether you're actually playing that day or you're just watching it, you know. I think everyone's kind of like just there to have a good time.
It was pretty cool because like you never thought that what you listened to on your MP3 back then, like a scene in Singapore actually exists. So like when you're exposed to that, and like when I was exposed to that, I was like, oh shit, this is really cool. You know?
The younger kids out there will probably talk about how like 10 years down the road, they're going to talk about their experience going to decline. Aliwal, that kind of thing. They're going to talk about the same thing and how it used to make them feel like home. So I think every generation experiences a different thing, and that's what makes underground music great.
It grows with you as a band. So like new bands these days are probably going through the same thing we went through 10 years ago.
Except they don't have spaces like this.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
So the barrier to entry for you to start out as a band is like just pretty much an online presence, and that's all you can do, I feel. Because like the next step is to book a corporate venue and pay a certain amount, and there's so many...
Which doesn't work out in their favor because they don't get to play a lot of shows to start with. and then they get put on, let's say, a big stage to play a show, and then they're not as experienced as they can be.
To me, is a rehearsal space that can house a lot of friends at the same time.
I don't want stupid singers. I'm gonna train you to be smarter singers.
The reason why Anne and myself is still in the industry today, because we are what you call the mango people.
As far as music goes, as far as composition goes, I think it's the same. Whether it's now or music back then, it's just the method or the style, how to get into it is a bit different. We used to play music using the sequencer where we layer instrument after instrument. I used to play the parts and he used to do the drum bits and all that. But with the music these days, is everything 100% is from the computer. They manipulate it, am I right to say that?
Yeah, somehow.
They change it a bit and they make it their own.
Yeah. So I produce electronic music, right? My family, including my brother, they're in a band. The things that I do is mainly based on my laptop. You could easily make, a full track in, less than a minute or so.
Throughout the years, there's been many types of musicians, right? But now I think it's even more because you got musicians that are not really musicians. Somebody like him who does everything on the computer but still produce music, the same kind of, at the end of the day, the basic thing is it's music. Because we all started off very young. I was like 18, fresh out of school. We had to go through managers telling us, hey, hello, why are you singing like that? But if you don't start somewhere, then you never get there. So for us, we were very lucky because I had 20 years with the band. All the things that I learned in the band, all the times I kena scolded, all the times my drummer wanted to throw stick at me, Yes. All those things are the things that helped me to be what I am today. So the kids these days, they don't get that. The kids these days, they think that what they hear on the internet and how they perform, that's it. For me, I feel that it's sad because you didn't get the chance to go through all that hours and the months and the years of performing, playing anything. The kids don't get a chance to develop as well as they should because there are many talents in Singapore. I've heard some really good singing and I've heard a lot of bad singing, but half of them could have been better if they had a chance, a place to perform, Usually
I don't tell people who my parents are. I kind of just want to do my own thing because whenever they know who my parents are, they have preconceived notions about that's why he's good or that's why he's this and that. Because often when I go to my friend's place, then I see their mom maybe knitting or cooking. But when I go home, right, I hear my mom singing in the kitchen. Then I see my brother DJing, and that's my everyday life. I can always go back and ask them for advice if needed to. And I don't know, music has always been part of my life. So being called a musical family, it's just something normal to me. Yeah.
I just like to see them do their thing, It kind of keeps me motivated in a way, and I'm inspired. So yeah, and I'm just proud of them.
Thank you.
Last time you can have as much as 30 clubs in Singapore, and those 30 clubs are all crowded. When you have so many clubs like that, the thing is there's a chance for all the bands to play. Now a very good band don't even have a chance to play anywhere, let alone the club,
Very sad.
Internet days came and disturbed the whole procedure because people were on social media. Now people don't want to meet like that anymore.
You have Spotify and you have YouTube and SoundCloud and whatever to showcase your music. But the downside is you're doing everything yourself. So half the people who learned and know or have talent can come up with something decent. But the other half who did not learn, who think it's not necessary to learn, You know, anybody can sing one. You know why? Because there's auto-tune. You can put vibrato into your voice, right? So things like that is what's spoiling the scene. Basic, everybody's got to know music. Everybody's got to learn, have some knowledge. I'm a composer, I'm an artist. There's no such thing. You can compose a good song, but can you sing your song well? So I always say it goes hand in hand. You cannot just forget about this, or the new way is this, and this is the way we go, and we forget about the old ways. You know, I don't think that's right. I think with everyone and with almost everything, you have to learn from experience. You have to learn from the people who are experienced, you know, then you get better.
Most of the kids that come here to record nowadays, right, including the rappers that I'm recording, all your age group, the thing is now they don't care. There was one session I did, this guy came and he sang the first verse, he sang one chorus. Then when I stopped to play back, and I played back, and I looked at the glass window, that guy was actually gone. I thought maybe he went to the toilet. You know what happened? Then my phone beeped. You know what the message says? Bro, can you copy and paste the first verse and chorus to the second verse and chorus? It's the work hazards lah. The work hazard is two boys generation and generation have to think about. YouTube, cari nama.
So this song is the one that hold this on the wall. That's for this song. Yeah.
Now that I'm hearing this song because I mastered this one, again I'm actually enjoying it lah.
Because you master,
I was enjoying it because mastering because working. But now I'm hearing it again. It does make sense if you play this in a big club in Clarke, for example, in Zouk or whatever. People will actually dance.
So do they actually play these songs in the club or what?
This one sound like YouTube, like travel vlog.
Yeah, exactly.
This is meant to be chill. So it's meant to be like, you know, by the beach kind of vibe to it. Yeah.
I want the future generation in Singapore to prosper in music, for whatever music you do, whatever kind of genre you do, so on and so forth. To tell you, your generation, we are here always willing to help anybody from the new generation. But we all have to be on the same page. We are all on the same page, we can get things done more progressively and a bit more detailed. Because we know a lot of people in Singapore, generations after generation, and we know a lot of important people also.
Imagine if we can network, you know, we can really do something big.
To the older generation, thank you for whatever you've done. However, I noticed this like whenever I'm out playing gigs or studying music, or I'm a drummer, so I have a community of drummers. We are called Drummer Co. If the older generation can continue to support us and tell us about all the old stories, teach us tips and tricks, and learn about business, I think it'll be really good. So for the older generation, don't be shy. It'll be really nice to see all of you coming to all our gatherings. Come to our gigs, come to our performances. Listen to us on Spotify, kind of like, it would be great to have you guys here involved with our journey.
It's usually the first venue you think of when you want to have a show.
We all come from the underground scene. All these like small intimate spaces are very important to us.
Yeah, so we're going to Substation right now. A lot of fond memories there.
And the space is really like kind of freeform because essentially it's just an empty room.
Yep.
And you can basically set up, if you were organizing a show there,
any way you
could
want,
organize it any way you want. This used to be like a street. It was not like
not paved.
And like blocked off.
It was a road, essentially.
Yeah, just a road that went through all the way, and there used to be a lot of gigs here on the street. Not just the inside, but like the outside was part of the performance, I guess.
Which was very cool because it's almost like an an evolving space that's just like, you know, it can be whatever
Exactly.
you want it to be,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like what you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Back then, since SCAPE was having like weekend trip and stuff like that, it was very cool because like artists were not performing on such a huge platform, but yet like there were a lot of people supporting it.
As a promoter and as an artist, it's a space for us to be able to just put out our ideas and like where it's not being accepted anywhere else. So that's somewhere or something that a space is for us. Just somewhere to be free.
I guess Home Club was a place where new and upcoming bands can play shows and use it as a platform to grow their fan base or their following, and also to test out new material. It was basically a small square stage with subpar backline. You don't have to worry about getting equipment because you know you'll be there.
There was Identity every Friday night. And what I love about that lineup was there was always diverse. Like you can have a cute teensy pop act right next to like heavy metal act.
I think a lot of bands have done fundraisers here, and I think that was really important as a young band. Like there was no way to like generate money because you can't tour. So you know, like if you wanted to go overseas and play, you needed to do a fundraiser. So I think that's like the kind of memory I always keep with me, that like if not for this place, that it would never have happened.
So now we're going to the main space of Substation. I think it used to be called the Guinness Theatre, probably quite a while back. Yeah, so this is like where most of the things that happen in Substation actually get staged.
Yeah,
the
third of the
stage will be right there. You can have like theatrical performances here, gigs here. You can even have like more experimental performance art pieces here, where you combine different media and stuff like that, and different I guess practices. To me, that's like super special because it allows the artist to say what they want to say and express what they want to do, express what they want to express in their own, completely in their own words, you know.
Or I feel also to take risks.
Yeah.
Even when booking shows with Disrupt and Third Eye as well, we usually gauge like the crowd expectancy.
Our crowd isn't really like really big, so we have to look for somewhere that's right in between in terms of venue sizes and capacity wise. So somewhere between around 150 to 200 people max.
It used to be like before Big Duck, when I wanted to try and get a show running, I wouldn't do it because the cost just won't justify what we wanted to do. We won't be able to make any money back. But now with these smaller venues and spaces, I can book a show and still make enough money to book another show with a profit afterwards. So I'm very grateful to be in this time, and I think it's only gonna get better.
When I started going to like proper hardcore shows, it was quite violent, honestly. It was like for hardcore shows, like last time it was like controlled violence, but it was still pretty violent and aggressive. Compared to now, it's more tame, which is better lah. I mean, like people were just picking fights. Like, there were a lot of fights happening last time.
Like Adil was saying lah, you know, you come here to play, it's really about the performance of it and just like safe space to try new stuff, as you were saying. Not so much about like I gotta have the best gear with me.
Yeah, it's also more than the equipment, it's actually the people in Home Club. You know, they are always so like nice about, you know, when you're a new band, you know, they're still pretty chill. They try and help to give you the best sound possible. Over the years, you know, the sound guys changed, but it's always a similar kind of experience.
Somehow always a joker.
Yeah.
It's always
That's true.
it's always a joker on the soundboard. Yeah. I
quite a
honestly
while.
remember easily like one show a week here.
Right.
Back in like, I don't know, back in the day.
Substation itself, I fondly remember all those gigs with like, 10 to 15 bands.
Different mixed genre
starting
shows.
at like noon until
Yes.
like 10 p.m. or
Yeah,
something, 11
yeah,
p.m. and then you
yeah.
catch the last train home,
Yeah.
And that's like everything from like ska to
Political punk
like
to
twee
hardcore
pop
to like screamo.
yeah, everything. And I feel like that's really unique because one day you pay like certain amount of like what 10
I think 10
bucks,
or 12
12
at
bucks,
the most.
and then you get like an entire day of like
Anything,
anything you want to listen to. And the thing is like you will see like metalheads listening to indie pop, and
Yeah,
it's
vice
it's-
versa.
And it
Yeah.
goes. It's like everyone just listens to everything because you just want to listen to music and have a
Yeah.
good time, right?
Thank you, good night.
I went to my first local show in 2008. That was weekend trip at SCAPE. So then like when I watched that show, I was like super inspired to play in a band. It was quite crazy because like I've never seen people react to a local band the same way they will react to an overseas band, an international band. Like literally the crowd energy was the same as when I watched Fall Out Boy at Indoor Stadium. Honestly, like everyone was just like shouting, jumping, stage diving, and I was like, I don't know, 16, 17, I was just like it's like I was just mind blown.
It was my first time hearing like every single person in the crowd screaming lyrics and like going berserk at a local band, which to me was like the coolest thing ever, and it kind of gave me some kind of hope like, hey, our scene not bad, yeah. Like this is really something.
Like a super important part of all these like art spaces is the people who fill it up. You will see people who are like new to the whole gig scene.
Yeah.
People who are like veterans, people who,
All kinds,
and
yeah.
people who aren't even musicians, people who are artists,
Sometimes
DJs,
people, or
you know?
even like passerbys.
Yeah,
I've even
yeah,
met people just passing
Yeah.
by and they're like, they hear it and they come in.
and they come in, and I think that makes like a very interesting kind of dynamic because everyone feels like you're in the same kind of plane. You're at the same level.
Yeah.
Whether you're actually playing that day or you're just watching
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
I think everyone's kind of like just there to have a good time.
It was pretty cool because like you never thought that what you listened to on your MP3 back then, like a scene in Singapore actually exists. So like when you're exposed to that, and like when I was exposed to that, I was like, oh shit, this is really cool lah.
The younger kids out there will probably talk about how like 10 years down the road they're gonna talk about their experience going to decline. Aliwal, that kind of thing. They're gonna talk about the same thing and how it used to make them feel like home. So I think every generation experiences a different thing, and that's what makes underground music great.
It grows with you as a band. So like new bands these days are probably going through the same thing we went through 10 years ago.
Except they don't have spaces like this.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
So the barrier to entry for you to start out as a band is like just pretty much an online presence, and that's all you can do, I feel. Because like the next step is to book a corporate venue and pay a certain amount. There's so many...
Which doesn't work out in their favor because they don't get to play a lot of shows to start with. And then they get put on, let's say, a big stage to play a show, and then they're not as experienced as they can be.
To me, it's a rehearsal space that can house a lot of friends at the same time.
I don't want stupid singers. I'm gonna train you to be smarter singers.
The reason why Anne and myself is still in the industry today, because we are what you call the mango people.
As far as music goes, as far as composition goes, I think it's the same. Whether it's now or music back then, it's just the method or the style, how to get into it is a bit different. We used to play music using the sequencer where we layer instrument after instrument. I used to play the parts and he used to do the drum bits and all that. But with the music these days, is everything 100% is from the computer. They manipulate it, am I right to say that?
Yeah, somehow.
They change it a bit and they make it their own.
Yeah. So I produce electronic music, right? My family, including my brother, they're in a band. The things that I do is mainly based on my laptop. You could easily make, a full track in, less than a minute or so.
Throughout the years, there's been many types of musicians, right? But now I think it's even more because you got musicians that are not really musicians. Somebody like him who does everything on the computer but still produce music, the same kind of, at the end of the day, the basic thing is it's music. Because we all started off very young, I was like 18, fresh out of school. We had to go through managers telling us, hey, hello, why are you singing like that? But if you don't start somewhere, then you never get there. So for us, we were very lucky because I had 20 years with the band. All the things that I learned in the band, all the times I kena scolded, all the times my drummer wanted to throw stick at me, Yes. All those things are the things that helped me to be what I am today. So the kids these days, they don't get that. The kids these days, they think that what they hear on the internet and how they perform, that's it. For me, I feel that it's sad because you didn't get the chance to go through all that hours and the months and the years of performing, playing anything. The kids don't get a chance to develop as well as they should because there are many talents in Singapore. I've heard some really good singing and I've heard a lot of bad singing, but half of them could have been better if they had a chance, a place to perform, Usually
I don't tell people who my parents are. I kind of just want to do my own thing because whenever they know who my parents are, they have preconceived notions about that's why he's good or that's why he's this and that. Because often when I go to my friend's place, then I see their mom maybe knitting or cooking. But when I go home, right, I hear my mom singing in the kitchen. Then I see my brother DJing, and that's my everyday life. I can always go back and ask them for advice if needed to. And I don't know, music has always been part of my life. So being called a musical family, it's just something normal to me. Yeah.
I just like to see them do their thing, It kind of keeps me motivated in a way, and I'm inspired. So yeah, and I'm just proud of them.
Thank you.
Last time you can have as much as 30 clubs in Singapore, and those 30 clubs are all crowded. When you have so many clubs like that, the thing is there's a chance for all the bands to play. Now a very good band don't even have a chance to play anywhere, let alone the club,
It's very sad.
Internet days came and disturbed the whole procedure because people were on social media. Now people don't want to meet like that anymore.
Right, you have Spotify and you have YouTube and SoundCloud and whatever to showcase your music. But the downside is you're doing everything yourself. So half the people who learned and know or have talent can come up with something decent. But the other half who did not learn, who think it's not necessary to learn, anybody can sing one. You know why? Because there's auto-tune. You can put vibrato into your voice, right? So things like that is what's spoiling the scene. Basic, everybody's got to know music. Everybody's got to learn, have some knowledge. I'm a composer, I'm an artist. There's no such thing. You can compose a good song, but can you sing your song well? So I always say it goes hand in hand. You cannot just forget about this, the new way is this, and this is the way we go, and we forget about the old ways. I don't think that's right. I think with everyone and with almost everything, you have to learn from experience. You have to learn from the people who are experienced, then you get better.
Most of the kids that come here to record nowadays, right? Including
Why don't you take my hand? I wanna see you there. Go on and take my hand. Wait, your face is fading away now, baby. Your heart is so out of place now, honey. You're no longer there. That's what I gotta say. I got you got my attention. I just lost my direction. Sucking on my face, I hate the way it tastes. You better stay away. Wait, your face is fading away now, baby. Your eyes are so out of place now, honey. You're no longer there. So what I gotta say? I just lost my direction.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Germaine here, and it is our pleasure to welcome you to the second edition of the SCAPE Music Day Out. Now, for the very, very first time this year, SCAPE Music Day Out is held as an online live stream event for your safety and the safety of the crew and the performers as well. So Joakim and myself will be your hosts throughout these 3 days. SCAPE Music Day Out is brought to you by SCAPE and supported by the National Arts Council as part of the Arts and Cultural Nodes. This year, we're so excited to have our media partner, Mediacorp, as well as our music partner, Spinnup, on board. So SCAPE Music Day Out is really a platform that provides you with industry access as well as performance opportunities, especially if you are an independent youth musician. We want to take your music to the next level. Music Day Out celebrates Singapore's emerging creative movement driven by the indie culture. With the establishment of the music scene today, the indie ideology inspires a new breed of homegrown creative entrepreneurs. The indie ideology's influence is widely visible across so many disciplines. You got home recording studios, independent music labels, promoters, artist managers, and this program really wants to elevate this to a whole new realm through Music Day Out. And through these 3 days, you can expect webinars by esteemed industry players, both regionally and locally. You've got interviews, gear rundowns, and of course, performances by our talented independent artists. I'm really, really excited to get things started and to show you our lineup of activities and programs. But before that, let's have our guest of honor, Mr. Edwin Tong, Minister for Culture, Community and Youth, to share a few words.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second edition of SCAPE Music Day Out. Over the next 3 days, you can expect a wide range of exciting activities, from panel discussions to networking sessions, and also showcases by up-and-coming young musicians. All of these activities will be held online so that we can continue to support our homegrown musicians even with COVID-19. Over the years, the music landscape has been increasingly vibrant, with numerous performing opportunities for aspiring musicians. For example, the Esplanade's Bay Beats Budding Bands program has become a mainstay offering of the annual music festival since 2007. The program provides young musicians with the opportunity to hone their skills with industry veterans and also perform alongside local and overseas acts. Platforms such as Republic Polytechnic's Ignite Music Festival and Esplanade's All Things New series have also become key events for emerging artists such as Elsa Michaela and Yao to perform and showcase their work. For youths who are considering a music career, there is a suite of exciting opportunities which SCAPE has tailored for you. Through the SCAPE Music Residency Program, you can learn the ropes from local producers and present your work to the public. SCAPE has also introduced an inaugural music hackathon earlier this year for youth to develop fresh ways of thinking about current issues such as immersive technology, environmental awareness, and also well-being through music. With Music Day Out, we have brought key industry leaders such as musicians Neil Chan and Inch Chua into a common space to share their professional insights with young artists. This year's event also features a special demo drop segment where aspiring musicians can share their unreleased tracks online and then receive feedback directly from music producers. Such conversations are crucial as they provide youths with networking opportunities and a good head start in their career. The growth of Singapore's music scene would not be possible without the support of our many partners. Mediacorp, for example, will be shining a spotlight on young musicians at this year's Music Day Out through interviews on 987. Look out for them. They will also be exploring possible opportunities for selected musicians to perform at major television productions and platforms. This is a valuable opportunity for young creatives to reach new audiences and also gain confidence in pursuing music. The National Arts Council also supports organizations through its island-wide Arts and Culture Notes network. Through this partnership, NAC was able to work with youth organizations such as SCAPE and Republic Polytechnic in developing arts programs for youths to enjoy, to join, and to experience. I hope that more partners will step forward to provide opportunities for our young people to achieve their aspirations in music. I would like to thank SCAPE for organizing Music Day Out, as well as all participating organizations and artists. To our partners, we recognize and we appreciate your contributions in guiding our youths. Rest assured that we will continue to do our best in supporting you and the independent music scene. To our youths, your music can inspire us. It can uplift our spirits. And this is especially important during these very difficult times. So don't give up on your dreams and really let your music soar. Thank you very much and enjoy the weekend ahead.
Thank you, Minister Edwin Tong, for the words of encouragement to our youth musicians here. Now, to open the very, very first day of Music Day Out, and as part of our partnership with Spinnup, we are so glad to present our first panel of the day. Get hyped because we're going to be talking about how to get heard, get discovered. This panel comprises of Ziki Kiran, Head of Domestic A&R Universal Music, together with fellow representatives from Universal Music. They're going to be sharing their views and insights on what makes an artist stand out and the qualities or sound they look for when signing new talents that appeal to both local and cross-border audiences. This topic is going to be moderated by Andrea Lee from Spinnup. If you wish to join us for the webinar and ask your questions, you can find the links of the webinar in the comments portion of this live stream. Now over to you, Andrea.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for SCAPE for having us. This is the panel Get Heard and Get Discovered. Just a few things before we start, some housekeeping tips. Please mute your mics so that we can hear everyone clearly if you're in this. We'll also have a Q&A session at the end in the last 15 minutes of this panel, so definitely have some questions prepared at the end. And if you have any urgent questions, feel free to drop it in the Q&A box in this chat. So to begin, let me introduce you to our panelists today. First, we have Zeke Kieran, who is currently the head of A&R at Universal Music Group and Def Jam Singapore. He started his music career in 2018 as a producer, and within a year, he was signed by Cartel Records and amassed an A-list hip-hop artist repertoire in Southeast Asia.
I think it was 2008 actually.
Oh, okay. 2000. Okay, great. So after establishing his reputation in the hip-hop industry, Zeke began to work in Taiwan, where he produced and wrote for pop artists such as Kimberly Chen, Vanessa Wu, Dizzy Dizzo, and etc. Having fortified the flight school name in Asia, Zeke was offered a record deal with After Platinum Records and was based in Phoenix, Arizona, where he worked with international hip-hop acts like King Los. In 2017, Zeke started independent record label MO3 Records, and the label's first two signees, I'm sure a lot of people know, are Young Raja and Faris Java, who shot to mainstream regional success within a year of beginning their careers.
And Sharia, it was the four of us. It was
And Sharia and
Raja.
Rhythm. Awesome.
Rhythm.
So, to expand the label, Made You Famous was founded in 2019 so that Zeke could onboard a repertoire of artists beyond hip hop. And so Zeke was able to run Singapore's most successful indie record label. And that's amazing. And so next we have Rhythm, who is a very, very well-known producer in Singapore as well, like Zeke.
My brother.
Making music when he was 13. Producing and making beats. He's since gone on to become an established songwriter, mixing engineer, and an artist in his own right. He is one of the most in-demand producers in Southeast Asia, having collaborated with established Singaporean acts such as Sugar Shay, Gentle Bones, Faris Java, Benjamin King, Charlie Lim, and more. He has recently worked with international acts such as Malaysia rap legends Joe Flizzo, Sona One, and Zamira, Filipino songbird Yang Constantino, X Factor Philippines winner KZ Tandegan, Chinese-American rapper Bohan Phoenix. And he played a key role in music production for both of Singapore's 49th and 50th National Day parades. Rhythm has also worked on movie soundtracks such as Wonder Boys, OST for Dick Lee, and Our Boys to Men. And he's also worked on jingles for Yahoo, G-Shock, Puma, and Martel, and we're so happy to have them both today on this panel. And I think we'll all learn a lot from this session. And just to give a quick introduction of myself, my name is Andrea Lee, and I'm from Spinnup, which is Universal Music Group's digital distribution service. We help artists distribute their songs on all streaming and social platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music, Instagram, TikTok, and you get to keep 100% of your royalties when you sign up. And most importantly, what we do for this convo is that we help artists to get signed to the labels in Universal Music, one of them now being Rhythm, which is awesome. So let's jump right in. Let's break it down for them, Zeke. Let's start with you. What does A&R stand for, and what does an A&R do?
Okay, well, an A&R stands for Artist and Repertoire. And basically, right, the three major roles of what A&R does. I think the first one is obviously like discovering and signing talents. Yeah, man, Sharia and myself, we've been doing that since we started. We're always looking out for more people to work with as producers. Then, yeah, I mean, it's one of the linchpin of what we do lah. And I guess the second role would be about like overseeing the recording artists, like development and like creative directing. That would mean that from the music to the creative branding of the artist to the music videos to most of the stuff that you see on socials, these are all like, I guess, kind of curated by us. I mean, and along with the artists themselves, lah. But like, I play a very key role in helping the artists and our brand like shape together. And then the role three would be, I guess, assisting in marketing and promotion also. Like this is with releases or not even after releases, like just general promotions of the artist. Yeah, that's basically what it is, lah. It's basically all divisions of an artist. That's what I help with. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty simple, lah.
Yeah, and I think you're there. Like the great thing about A&Rs is that you are there from the very beginning of the process to the very end when the song's out and all the.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, you're trying to look for new talent, right? So that's.
Yeah. Everything is just happening at the same time.
Yeah. So it's a constant circle.
Yeah, probably working on like 5 marketing plans as we speak, and then discovering like another 20 more artists. I mean, honestly, we wish like we could give like all artists a shot like in Singapore, but like obviously like there are real world limitations lah. So
right.
I guess a platform like Spinnup comes in handy to focus in like the golden few, I guess.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, we'll touch on that in a bit as well. So Rhythm, same question to you. What does a producer do? What does a mixing engineer do?
Well, actually, producer, I mean, in the context of our industry, a producer basically is the guy that puts together the project, right? So when we're talking about, there's a difference between a beat maker and a producer, right? So a producer is basically the guy that has the right people working for the job, right? So you have your songwriters, you have your sessionists, you have your, certain collaborating artists that, if the producer feels that if he's working on a certain project with a certain artist, and if he feels that, a collaborative work with a certain artist would push the song out, that's the producer's job as well. And if, getting songwriters to write a certain, even sessionists as well. So the job of a producer is basically to put the people together in a room, and bits and pieces of the song come together, and that's the, pretty much the task for a producer as well. And, at the same time, the producers always work hand in hand as well with the A&R, because even the A&R, they're kind of in charge of the sonic branding of an artist, right? So it's always a conversation between the A&R and a producer so that they find the right ground for the artist, Yeah. So pretty much that's the role of a producer, to put together the right elements for a project. And and the difference between that and a beat maker is basically a beat maker makes the arrangement, and if he sends it to a producer can actually dissect it and get those certain elements done by other musicians, and then fine tune it and get into a project.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what does your day-to-day look like for both of you? I think we'll start off with Zeke for this one.
Day to day with our artists, talking to them, getting them in for recording sessions, talking about, okay, do like what's the next song. I mean, like even yesterday, like Raja and I had a conversation till like 5 a.m. in the morning after we ended a shoot at about 3:30, I guess, just talking about what the next plans are. And that's pretty much like a lot of my day lah. Obviously there's like the nitty-gritty like admin stuff which I will not bore you guys with, but
I think just to give them an overview would be great.
Yeah, it's really just about talking to your artists, understanding them, getting them to understand you also, and trusting you. I think most important is they have to trust you. Conversations, recording sessions. I mean, sometimes I sit in their recording sessions with other producers, and if I'm producing, then it'll just be me lah, like doing everything. And honestly, like from where Shaurya, Rhythm and I came from, like we used to do everything. We used to record, we used to mix, we used to produce, we used to help with songwriting. We used to help with songwriting. We used to do out the album art. Sometimes even shoot the music video.
Wow.
This is when we started lah, like early days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you had to take on like a lot of hats, and but yeah, I mean, like I guess that's like the hustle of every young producer at that point of time. It gives you a good understanding of like the different elements that make an artist and how you can get your hands busy in every aspect of it, so you understand everything that is supposed to happen and not just like a peripheral figure in the growth of an artist. Yeah.
That's great advice. What about you, Rhythm? What does your day-to-day look like?
You know, for me, it's really about being creative is the most important thing for me, because all of us are creatives, right? And like the idea is to always set a good tone to the day. You know what I mean? So for what I would usually do is, you know, first thing first, I'll enter inside. And for me, as much as a producer and you know, like the stuff that I do, it's like I find going to the studio, I think Zig will agree with me, is like being in a gym, right? So the first thing I start my day with, honestly, is I just work on like 1 or 2 beats. Yeah, you know, just to get it fired up. Even if it's trash, doesn't matter. It gets me fired up and fueled up, you know. And I've spent like probably, I would say, about an hour listening to different playlists around the world on Spotify, just to refresh my ear. You know, listen to different genres, not just hip hop or pop. You know, like different genres, just to get some idea, just to get, you know, it's kind of like refreshing my ears as well. And you know, like what Zeke said, another important thing that I would 100% agree with him is, you know, building that relationship with the artists that we work with, you know, maintaining the trust, you know, making sure that we are doing all we can and, you know, putting the best shot into whatever they are doing and whatever we have in line for them, right? So I think for us, it's a day-to-day hustle. Like we have to make sure that we're on point, not just with our own career in the line. Like the thing about people like us is we move hand in hand with a lot of other people. So we have to make sure that we're not just sorting ourselves out, but the people around us. Because I think Zeke also would agree that a good team makes a great product. You know what I mean? It's never a one man. Like we started off like doing it all by ourselves, but over time we realized the more minds working on it, it just makes a beautiful product. So for me, every day I try to scout for new songwriters. I scout for new artists. So on day to day, you know, working for music, listening to music, and at the same time, I try to find new acts. You know, people send demos to my email, so I make sure I listen to it. You know, I make sure that if there's anything that's crazy, even day to day, sometimes I give Zeke a call. You know, we both check on each other and be like, yo, you know, what's going on? Like, what's up? Like, you know, that he hits me up with new stuff, I hit him up with new stuff. So it's, I would say, everyday hustle. You know, it's just making sure that we hit the right pointers. Yeah.
And I know that you've been like super helpful to like a bunch of other Spinnup artists as well, like trying to work with them every time. It's always collabs with you for Spinnup. It's never like your own thing.
Yeah. I think that you know, Spinnup has, like, for me personally, it's so exciting because they have created such a platform whereby you see a huge surge of new independent artists coming out, right? And the thing that majority of these new independent artists that are lacking is that support system. That support system I'm talking about is studio time. It's about certain infrastructural stuff, you know, even when it comes down to mixing, mastering. So like, you know, when an artist comes to me and be like, yo, I need help, you know, it would be mixing, mastering. For me, I feel that, you know, if it's a Singaporean artist and especially, you know, they're coming out on the rise, the sense of patriotism from my end is, if I can help, and if it's for a local artist, let's just do it, because they are tomorrow's future, and we need to make sure that they don't feel defeated by small little things like that.
That's really great. Yeah. So I wanted to ask both of you, now that you both have talked about what makes things great, what makes things not great. For maybe you can start with Rhythm this time, but to you, what separates a good producer from a great one?
Okay, so for me personally, it's the right character. This is the right attitude. You know what I mean? Like end of the day, it boils down to your understanding of adapting in any situation that you are put into. You know, you can be thrown into a studio with people who are total opposites from character or attitude wise, but you need to learn how to rope them in and find a creative way of working. So for me, it's always the most difficult part, and the difficult part is the one that makes a great producer, is learning how to adapt. And end of the day, having a very patient mindset, and I would say most importantly, being able to voice out with in a sense of you are able to bring good creative ideas, in a sense that the artists believe in your vision. Like you need to be able to voice it out. You cannot be in a room full of songwriters and you have zero command. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they need somebody to be like a leader figure in a room. And that's majority of the time, I would say, a producer who is doing a project, the most important thing is, how are you running the session? Because time is very important. Every second, a new creative idea can come out. How fast do you snap it down? How fast do you structure it down? That is very important, because creative has timing as well. You know what I mean? There is timing to everything. So I think what makes a great producer is the one who makes the most of the time and is able to converse with the people in the room, with great confidence. Yeah.
Right. Wow, that's awesome. So what about you, Zeke? What separates a good A&R from a great one?
Oh man. What? Okay, honestly, like a lot of things that Rhythm covered, that applies to I think anyone in any job or in any space and in any leadership position. You know what I mean? Those are like very key pillars that anybody should like govern themselves by. But what makes it good enough? I think okay.
Not that easy.
Yes, okay, if you think about it, right, like what do people look for, right? They're not looking for the same old kind of artists, right? They're looking for new artists, things they've never heard before, music that they have like never imagined it could be like that. They just want what makes best. Nobody wants a second-rated Drake. They want someone who is gonna eclipse Drake. You know what I mean? That's what's gonna like fancy people. And I think, and to identify that, I think you need an A&R who's ahead of the curve, who has like foresight and can also, I guess, I guess it's about foresight. Sometimes it's luck. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's no like hard and fast rule. Sometimes there's luck, but definitely there's like a lot of like trust in the process. Also, like one artist could come to me and I might turn the person down, and just because like I didn't have the eye to see that person to what the artist could be, and he could probably have a label, pitch it, a better A&R might see it, and it'd be like, and that person could become the next star. Like, I mean, like, if I'm not wrong, I think Lady Gaga had a similar story like that. Like, she was like a songwriter for the longest time, and then she was pitching herself as an artist to like a couple of labels. No one really gave her like a proper shot until I'm not sure exactly which label she is in right now, but like whatever label that she went to managed to see that. And it's a risk. I think the most important thing is risks. I mean, honestly, like you just gotta be ahead of the curve. You don't know what is gonna be hot next, and you just gotta be super open-minded. Look, mumble rap came, everybody was saying that shit is trash, and like no, look now you got like Lil Pump, you got like I mean, I saw the hottest rappers right now are mumble rappers.
Yeah.
Young Thug, one of my favorites.
Wow.
Yeah, people would have seen it, and if you were just orthodox style of A&R, you would not have seen a Young Thug.
You have to be innovative.
Yeah, you have to be
That
innovative.
you discover artists, right?
Even as a producer, like
Yeah.
kind of like figure things out, and it's not easy because it's not like a formula that we are just applying and it works. No man,
Yeah.
like in the creative field, you are always just squeezing your brain with each session and just worrying after each good session what the next session is going to be and like how I'm going to top the other session. And like,
I 100% agree with Zeke on that.
yeah, that is. Yeah, I mean, we are a record label. We support creatives. You have to trust the creatives. Like it's really really key.
Right. So what do you guys look for when it comes to like signing an artist for you, Zeke, and then working with different artists' rhythm? Like, is there something that you guys particularly look for in terms of sound or in terms of even their character or their personality? Is there something that you look for? I know that's a very common question with like young artists.
Actually, the only criteria on my list is character. I think if you've got a good work attitude, good groundedness, then I'm sure like anything is possible. And I mean, like it would encourage me to want to work with you more also. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nobody wants to work with somebody who's difficult to work.
Yeah. I think everything else is a skill and can be trained and can.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, if I think it's. I mean, when I first heard Gucci Gang beat, I was like, yo, what is this nonsense? But I started loving it like a week later, and I was like, dude, this is a
Gang
remix. I mean, like, yeah, you honestly, we are playing catch up sometimes. The real innovators are like the artists, yeah, and the producers, yeah.
Yes. What about you, Rhythm? What do you look for when working with artists?
Like I agree with Zeke, for me personally is, to be honest with you, right, over the years, I used to have this mindset that talent is everything. But then over the years, we realized talent isn't everything. It is more of, to be honest with you, the hard work you put in. Like if you have a talented artist that thinks that I'm talented, but doesn't put any work in, it'll take a non-talented person that's putting 10 times the effort to be way talented and way more, ahead of that talented artist with just hard work, like straight up. Like if you have good work ethics, you work hard, and you are patient with a very humble attitude, trust me, like to me that over a talented artist any day. Like because in I would say in perspective, what is most important for any artist is consistency. And that is a struggle. Trust me, like I think Zeke would know this as well. It's struggle with finding consistency, because if you have a good talent, you have somebody that's really good, after that, what's next? It's not, comes out of nowhere. Yes, it can come out of nowhere, but if there is a lot of effort in terms of like, song research, they listen every day, they write every day, every day if you write like 5 songs, you crack your head open, you are, eventually you are landing up to understanding, what comes next for you. And that's consistency, you know what I mean? Like for me personally. Yeah. So, I think that's what, keeps the artist going as well.
Yeah. So for young, newer artists who are trying to get the attention of A&Rs or trying to get the attention of producers, if they don't already have that network, which a lot of, new artists don't. And I don't know whether you guys want to touch on your experience about how you suddenly found your community of people, like your tribe. But for that, like, what would you recommend that an artist do to get the attention of an A&R And then what can artists do to get the attention of like a producer if they want to make their tracks better? Zeke, do you want to go first?
Okay, I think it's about. I mean, there's so many tools available now, for us to put the music out first, right? I think most importantly, you have to put out the music. If not, no one's going to listen to it. Yeah, you could have you to believe that you have gold, but like if it never leaves the studio, then you don't actually realize the goal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And not cash out on the goal. And look, like Singapore. I mean, like we can only speak for Singapore. Like Singapore is we have a very close knit like music community, and you need to put yourself into that space. And like it could be as simple as like going to a gig, maybe another band's gig or another. Yeah, it could be anything like it could be a panel also in some sort. But when you go to like events like this, you will meet people who already have like 2 foot into the industry. And it's good for you to like get acquainted with these people because like you never know like how. I mean, I'm not saying that you just gotta make use of people lah, but we are available for you to make use of us. You know what I mean? There's so much.
The worst that someone could say is no. So if you ask them, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the worst a person can say is no, and
yeah,
like,
it's not that busy.
Just that one person, you never know.
Yeah.
Like, say yes, and like that kind of
people are willing to help.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, if a person says no, then you eventually say a yes. That's a greater story for yourself. Also, I mean, that's a good thing to play on. But yeah, start linking. There's like, I mean, go to Instagram. I'm sure like you can like start connecting with like other producers and artists. And usually, if you go to one producer and you go to their following, they're probably connected to like most of the other people in the same industry. You know what I mean? You start following them, like, hey, what's up? Like, introduce yourself. But be nice about it. You know what I mean? That's the most important. Like, I get a lot of messages where people like, yo, peep this. I'm like, buddy, I don't know who you are. I ain't gonna peep that.
So that makes me want to do the direct opposite.
Yeah, exactly. Be nice. Like I know, like rappers and like I guess creators and artists like hold themselves to like a standard, but in the end we're all humans, and like you want to reach out to another human being, and like the only way you can reach out to another human being is like if you're like first sincere and I guess just being kind, like speak in a way that another person would want to like reply to you. Like, yeah, man, like I think that is so important. I think like mannerism, I guess
people can tell when you've put in a lot of thought and effort into crafting your
message. Yeah, exactly. And when I get those messages, I'm like, yeah, okay, do like, no, I love your music, like, yeah, let's see what you do.
Yeah.
Like, is my pet peeve is like, yo, people, man.
Yo, keep it.
No, Brody, I'm not gonna be there.
Oh my goodness. What about you, Rhythm? Like, how can a young artist get your attention as a producer? Let's say.
To be honest with you, like sometimes there are artists that they keep sending, and as I say, I mean, I 100% agree with Zeke. Zeke is very correct about. I think it's all about respect, especially when you are reaching out to somebody, you need to place it in a way that you are acquiring this person's time. You want that person to put some thought, not just listen to it, but as well as think about what can I do for you as a producer also, you know what I mean? So if I'm going to take that time out, you need to make sure that you are giving me that slightest form of respect so that I'll click on it and I want to listen to it, At the same time, I would say, I don't know, it's basically there's this power of intuition, like, you just, from the message already, like, from a certain way the person crafts the message. and the certain way the person is hungry. You know when someone's hungry. And for me, is like when I see a message that is somebody who's really hungry for it and is, looking for an opportunity, for a door. I think in that sense, I always make sure that I'll be the first to, try it out and like, give them a chance. So for me personally, I think artists should basically, most importantly is the way they craft their messages to producers or A&Rs, they have to come from a place where, they want the help and they're hungry for it, and they have to be 100% humble. Like, I think being humble is very important, because you are, as I said, you are requiring other people's time. So you gotta, acknowledge that most importantly.
Right. So a couple more questions before we open it up to Q&As. But this is more of a question for Z. How important is it for artists, young artists, to have like good visuals, music videos, socials, for you to be able to, like, for an A&R? Like, does that make it a lot easier for you when you like first look at them? Or does it not really matter?
This question actually applies to both because like that's
right, because you guys are both
I mean, if you have great visuals and you have already like great production or something, and then we come across and obviously we're going to be impressed and be like, whoa, never heard of you, but like you're displaying this level of like quality. I think, I mean, for myself, like, and I'm 100% sure for Rhythm also, like, we are very, very very, let me get the right word. You gotta be clean. Very picky about quality. Like, because if we sense quality, that means that there is back work being done. You know what I mean? Like, maybe this person went to do their own research to figure out how do I, create the best quality music, or like maybe the person went to a producer, paid some of his money, of his hard-earned money to like, get a product out. So like this represents the
hard work that they could.
It represents hustle, in a sense. But I guess in some sense, like some people are not going to be like fortunate enough to like have the resources at hand to like create a quality product. But when you do, I mean, if the person possesses the it factor, like even if it's on a quality beat or like a crap beat, that dude or that girl is gonna shine like 100%.
Right.
Yeah, and like keep working on the craft, man. It's an art, and it's like you gotta practice every day, man. You gotta like okay, look, like we are in Singapore and we have Asian culture and value systems, right? So choosing to be in the music industry is not gonna be a very conventional thing for you to do, and for your parents to accept, and your family members. And so like make their doubt like count for something, you know what I mean? Like prove them wrong, or I mean, I wouldn't say prove them wrong, like prove yourself right, you know what I mean? I guess what they're looking for is they're looking for a possibility, or like a possibility that this could work. Like in their perspective, maybe they think that it couldn't work, you know what I mean? Like even for like some of the artists we worked with, I mean, I'm not gonna say names, but like, parents didn't believe at the start. I mean, even for my mom, when I started when I was 17 years old, I left poly first to do this, by the way. Not a very advisable thing to do, but like I really, really wanted to do this, and I had to make some very, very difficult decisions to pursue the thing that that I truly believe in. Like if you believe in something, then like okay, like for example, if you tell me you are a soccer player, I'm gonna have to see you in the field every day, right? If I don't see you in the field every day, working on your footwork and like trying to defend or score or whatever, right? Then like if I look at you, like I wouldn't really think that you're like a football player if you're not on the field like 90% of the time. And obviously, when you go into a game, you're gonna most probably tank the game because like you didn't put the time in. And it's the same, like if you say you believe in yourself and you believe in music, then you have to start thinking and acting like a musician, and you gotta start putting the time in, man. That is so important. Like the amount of hours, like rhythm and
That
I
dedication.
and we were not even 17 is when we officially became we signed to major labels, I guess, at that point. But we both started at 14 years old. And it was like 3 years of nothingness, but 3 years worth of practice. And then when 17 hits, when we became 17, then we joined a label and we were working with a lot of artists. Like the learning never stops. Like now is when the real work starts, because now you are in this whole other position and you gotta come to the table with something, man. If not, rhythm will cut you out. You know what I mean? It's true. It's ruthless. You know what I mean? You can tell a well-trained person from a not so trained person.
If you're going for the Olympics, right? You gotta put in those years. You gotta in a book they said it takes 7 years to master a craft, right?
Yeah.
And it's no joke. It's 7 years back to back, And after you master the craft, what do you want to do next, right? And I think what Zeke says, majority where we are from, it's like a taboo to do in the music industry, you're in the industry, whoa, how do you earn money? Some parents still think that music means you work in a bar, So the idea is to basically find longevity in what we do, right? And longevity only will come if you work on a certain, have a goal, work towards it, and then on the way, you find different avenues, to make sure that what you love, you do what you love, and at the same time, how could you put food on the table, with that, and create a longevity, a good plan that works out for you for life. Because end of the day, our parents and everybody would want you to make sure that, okay, this guy is sorted out,
Yeah.
Feed himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think as long as you yourself, people will start believing in you. You know what I mean? Okay. But I guess even if people don't believe in you, don't let that deter you, lah. Make it a life goal to flip that switch on them, lah. I guess.
Yeah, really, really solid advice, guys. So we're going to open it up to questions. So if anybody wants to ask a question, please put it in the box, but we have quite a few already. So this question is for both of you. What was your personal strategy in getting discovered as a producer when you first started?
Want to go first?
You gonna go first, Rhythm?
Yeah, okay, sure. Sorry.
I'll do roll. I can go first.
Okay. Personal strategy to be discovered as a producer. I think the most important idea is your work. You gotta find ways to work. For me personally, I would work with as many artists as I can. Find quality acts that you work with, and you make sure you ace it. You ace it in a way, not just in the music sense. That means the music sounds good. That's just one thing. But I think most importantly is the working relationship with the artist. Because the next thing they're gonna go somewhere else, and other artists will be they'll tell the other guy yo, it was an experience working with that producer. He's so dope. At the same time, his work ethics, the way he does stuff it's just mad creative, right? So I think for me to be discovered is, of course, word of mouth, and very importantly is you have to make sure that every artist you work with, you don't just nail the music element, but as well as the working relationship.
Yeah.
That's the best way to be known in the industry.
Great advice. Yeah. What about you, Zeke?
Okay, my personal strategy is, at the point of time, dude, there was MySpace. You don't Some of you probably don't know what it is now.
That was after me already.
Oh man, like that's where like all the Singapore musicians will go up and upload their music, and it was just this whole like vibrant and lively community there. It's just like feeding off each other, finding the next producer. Like like you guys have heard of like Aleph and Sleek started from MySpace, and like I mean,
Wow.
they were huge on MySpace, and that equivalent in this time is I guess Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, whatever socials you have at your fingertips. Like use it, like find ways to like put out your music and like start thinking of like innovative ideas to present your music. Also, presentation is important.
Yeah.
You can't walk into a boardroom with no notes or nothing in the back of it. I mean, you feel like you want to freestyle and you're really, really good at it. If you're Jay-Z, it might work. You know what I mean? Honestly, I'm not gonna discredit that. Like, it could work for you. If you can freestyle and you're 100% confident of freestyling, go ahead, freestyle.
Just don't mess it up.
Yeah. But don't come unprepared. I think that is the most important. If you put your music out, don't put it out unprepared. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody asked, as a producer working with artists, where do you draw the line between the artist being hard to work with and the artist wanting to have some things their way?
It's a good question.
Should we?
Hold on. I think it's always finding a middle ground, to be honest with you. Like sometimes, we are majority, I would say quite a lot of times we do get into such situations where, it's two different creative ideas, and sometimes, of course, for me, majority is I will always give the artist that voice, because you see, at the end of the day, as an artist, they carry the song. So if I'm going to tell you to do a certain thing, and if it doesn't represent you as an artist, you are the one, and the artist will be, at the end of the day, they are going to carry the song on the stage or wherever they are, right? So the middle ground for me is, okay, it's about understanding what they want on the record, but at the same time, kind of educating them based on our experience as producers to tell them what works in terms of sonics. Like we will always know what will work in sonics wise, but I would say it's about finding a middle ground, but at the same time making sure that the artists feel comfortable. They have to feel in their element in any record they do. If not, there's no point like even us telling them, you should do this, you should do that, and then they're not unable to carry it. So for me, it's always, we have to find a way where the artist understands our point of view in terms of sonic branding, and making sure that they feel comfortable in the record they're on.
Right. I think one last question, or maybe two more questions, but one for Zeke specifically says, what is more important to an A&R, a marketable brand or marketable music? Good questions from these guys.
I don't think it's an either or, honestly. It could be both. It could work both ways. It's a marketable brand, yeah, it's marketable. Marketable music, yeah, it's marketable. You know what I mean? It's gonna work both ways. I guess it depends on what kind of artist you want to be, and like if it also aligns with our goals of like what if we think we can do you justice. Like I think the important thing here is getting signed to a major label or any labels of that sort. Like does not guarantee success. There's still a lot more hard work that is going to continue on for the period of your, let's say, your contract or what. Yeah, and it could go either way. Like there's no part of us.
I think there's some artists that were discovered first because of their branding, and then their music happened to come into play, but it's time. And then other ways, the music is great, but they realize they don't really have a brand personality, and so let's bring that in.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
Somebody said, Chadura said, thank you so much for both of your insights on the topic of creating a sound that's new, fresh, and creative. How do we draw the line between being too obscure or weird versus being creative and fresh?
Wow.
I know that's a hard question.
You see, it's a perspective. And it's about how you sway the audience to start accepting your music. Yeah, I mean, it could start out sounding too obscure and weird, but like if you shove it down the throats of enough people, at some point it will become pop. You know what I mean? Like, dude, when I started listening to The Weeknd, I was like in secondary 2. This was, I don't even want to go there.
Oh, wow.
I'm 28. I was 14, yeah. So I was listening to The Weeknd. Nobody knew The Weeknd then. Like, Weeknd's music only came out on his website, and there was his album art, and you just had to click the album art and you would download it for free. So I was listening to this music, and then he became like this cult following for a bit, and Ocean. And everybody's like, I mean, like, obviously I let my friends listen to it, and they're like, oh, no, man, this like it's too obscure. Like, I don't really get it. But look, like 6 years later, that obscurity became
now pop.
Yeah, and like nothing stays obscure forever, lah. I mean, if
Even Billie Eilish is now pop.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
for example, like it is. I guess you think that it's obscure as maybe obscure at this point in time, but you have the opportunity to change that perspective of that sound, I guess. So like there's no hard rule, man. Like creativity, like you just gotta let it flow.
Yeah, because like you can have like weird sounds,
yeah,
crazy wild stuff, and you can have like a pop structure, you know. And straight up, people will still think it's a pop record because of the structure, you know. Very straightforward. But I feel that producers and artists shouldn't be afraid of approaching a new sound, you know, because we live in a world where the attention span is damn fast, you know what I mean? So like the moment, you know, you put something out, you gotta really give them that, you know, you gotta take, sometimes it takes, you know, Weeknd to the risk, but he found that consistency in work. Right? That now eventually everybody thinks that, yo, this is the hit, right? This is whatever he does is it
now.
yeah. So, you know what I mean? Like back then, nobody would have been able to say like this guy was the guy who will blow up like the Billboard, right? Yeah. But that weird sound, weird obscure sounding sounds are now the norm already. So you gotta know, just gotta ride with it. Like I feel, put it out.
You believe it.
Eventually, people will catch to it, you know. There will be a cult following, like Zeke said. Like there will always be like it'll start off as a cult following, but then people will start to realize, okay, you know what, this is really consumable. You know, you just gotta ride with it.
Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Somebody asked this. I think this will be the last question. If an artist is introverted or is socially awkward, what other ways can they network other than meeting and talking to others at a gig so that they don't create a bad first impression?
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
I think one way you could do it, this is just...
I mean, honestly, I think if you do, in fact, go out to a gig and like talk to someone, and because you are introverted or you're maybe socially awkward and the other person just thinks you're not right, I mean, like, it's probably that person's loss lah. Like make sure it's that person's loss. And make sure it is, like, prove yourself. Like, yeah, we're gonna like gravitate towards people we like, and there's always gonna be like, and we are gonna like, I guess, reject people we don't like. It's not a very nice thing to say, but like, okay, wait, let me think of who's a socially awkward artist who is
I think being socially awkward is okay. It's really
it's not
the person. Yeah, like your heart. Are you coming in with good intentions when you come talk to me? like if you're socially awkward, that's fine. If you're introverted, not everybody's an extrovert, and that's okay. And I think even speaking to people, quite honestly, is a practice. It's not like all of us here, like I'm just speaking for myself, but it's not like I suddenly just knew how to talk to people like that, or I knew how to do an elevator pitch or any of that. Like that's all practice. So, and it only comes if you like, keep just going and talking to people. But even if you're socially awkward, that's fine. If they want to judge you, let that be on them. But as long as you're coming from a good place every time, I think it's okay.
Yeah, and like if you're making good music and you're presenting right to the public, I guess through your socials, like it will get heard. Like trust me, like having one person say no cannot be the deciding factor whether you throw this dream aside or not. You know what I mean? Like you have to be stronger than that. 6 foot in the middle.
Yeah. So no, I think like straight up, like you can be socially awkward, right? But to be honest with you,
I love this. I love your work. What knife do you use to cut the view?
Yeah.
I gotta take it, bro. This is super funny, man. I think you can be socially awkward, right? But as long as you are humble and you put a smile upon like your face, you know, just being like that's enough. And I think you don't have to be someone you're not. Like nobody's gonna ask you to do that. But as long as you're nice, you know, you just gotta be nice to people around you. You know, at least acknowledge. You know, it's very important in this industry. At least you know when you're in a room, it's just as simple as hi, you know, how are you? I hope you're doing well. That's all. Nobody's asking you to talk like a bunch of stuff. Just simple stuff. So when the next time they go and talk about other artists, you'll be like, yeah, the guy is pretty friendly, you know what I mean? So that's all it takes. You don't have to be like, you don't have to be an extrovert.
Right.
Yeah, you don't have to be an extrovert. That's right.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, there's so many artists who know who are introverts.
Most people in the industry are not extroverts, actually.
Yeah.
And everybody has their own things. Everybody has their own insecurities. Everybody has their own strengths, their own weaknesses.
Yeah.
It's about how you deliver with your music and everything else.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today. But thank you both so much for being on this panel. And thank you so much to SCAPE for having us. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, can I just say one last thing?
Yes, go ahead.
To all the independent musicians out there, use Spinnup. Like,
Hey.
I just the last one. Sorry. Like, I started off with Spinnup, and I'm still, you know, I would say all the different artists out there, you know, you want to release your music, and you want to make sure that the idea is using Spinnup's platform has eventually there is a chance of you to be scouted by Universal, or you know, giving you an opportunity to be, you know, to get your music heard, you know. So I feel that if y'all independent musicians are looking for a platform, you should try Spinnup.
Yes, you should. Thank you so much for that, Rhythm. And thank you so much, Zeke. Thanks, Kate. All right. Take care, everyone. Have a good weekend.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
I'm sure you had a party.
Singapore's #1 hit music station.
987. I'm sure you had a party.
Hey, it's kind of G. I'm a work in progress, man, not still, man, I don't need no vest. Nothing can stop my process, I work like a pro, you man just protest. Yeah, winning comes easy, top 3 I give away L's and a freebie. I don't buy the beat, I do a wheelie, give man a month and I do that weekly.
Tell me what's going on, this love has made you blind. Love don't live here no more and I don't wanna waste your time. Love don't live here no more, love don't live here no more.
Wow! Hey, why don't you take my hand? I wanna see you there. Go on and take my hand. Wait, your face is fading away now, baby. Your heart is so out of place now, honey. You're no longer there. That's what I gotta say. I just lost my direction. I can't feel my emotion. I just lost my direction. Sucking on my face. I hate the way it tastes. You better stay away. Wait, your face is fading away now, baby. Your eyes are so out of place now, honey. You're no longer there. So what I gotta say? I just lost my direction. I can't feel my emotions. I just lost my direction. Take my hand. I hate the way it tastes. Why don't you take my hand? Take my hand. Why don't you take my hand?
Thank you very much to Andrea and the rest of the panelists for the sharing. Hope you guys learned a thing or two during this sharing session because it's not every day you get the chance to hear and ask them questions as well. And for those who have just tuned in, welcome to SCAPE Music Day Out. I'm Germaine and I'll be your host for this program today. You just witnessed the representatives from Universal Music and Spinnup sharing some tips and tricks on how to get heard and get discovered. So next up, we'll be discussing the importance and the essence of community building through music events here in Singapore. This panel is made up of Cherry Chan from Syndicate, Ich Chua, and Neil Chan. They'll be sharing on certain events that are centered around bringing people together and creating positive impacts, the needs of the community towards this event, and many, many more. This topic will be moderated by Tim Dakota from Warrior Records and Ke Tai. Links to the webinar can be found in the comment section if you want to join the discussion and ask your questions. Take it away, Tim.
Hello. Hi everyone.
Hi.
Okay, I think we are live right now, and we're going to do an exciting panel today with my three wonderful friends here. The topic of which is impacting communities through music. Right, so it's kind of like engaging and co-creating with the community of musicians at large, and being inspired by that same community in music making. So I guess we will focus on the music making community and also like community work a little bit here and there, and in the expertise of our dear guests today. So, but before we begin, I'd like to introduce each one of them. I'm not so sure where they are in your screens, but I'll just start with Mr. Neil Chan first. So Neil is a world musician and a fingerstyle guitarist from Singapore. And he actually uses world music to express and elevate the emotive aspect of stories, which is really wonderful. And he blends music from different cultures, including Carnatic, jazz, flamenco, and Andean music. I mean, if you check out his Instagram, you can see all his videos of the different styles that he does, which is really quite amazing. And he believes in the power of music to connect people across cultures, which is what really music does. And his endeavors have led him to conduct music outreach programs in Singapore, India, Timor-Leste, Indonesia, and Myanmar. So welcome, Neil.
Thank you,
Yeah, great. Next up, we have Cherry Chan, who is the co-founder of Syndicate, the godmother of the electronic music scene. A Singapore-based artist collective music label. So she and Kiat have DJ'd at Low End Theory in LA. Oh wow, you did that. Nice. And Worldwide Festival in Sète, France. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And perform as the opening act for Hudson Mohawk in London. Music writer Dave Jenkins from Bandcamp once stated that her mixtape drew a delicate thread through Singapore's electronic underground, capturing a deep and emotional, spacey aesthetic, providing moving musical snapshot of a city abuzz with exciting experimental and innovative talent. So welcome, Cherry Chan. I'm just reading off your bios. I'm trying to make it sound like I'm making this up in my head. And lastly, but definitely not least, is my dear friend Inch. I shall just introduce you as Inch first. But we used to know that her as Inch 12, of course. I love this. She's a weirdsmith, musician, a musician, and naturist. So Inch has been quite a trailblazer over the last 10 or so years, and she's a multidisciplinary artist, part-time email replier, and a full-time cat mom. She's two lovely cats right now. Singapore-born, fine arts educated, LA and New York City inducted singer-songwriter. She was raised in a family of eccentric women with an innate passion for environmental causes and social justice. Not afraid to venture into the discomforting umbra of technology, wild places, and artistry to push her own limits, Inch dabbles in art making in the cross sections of music, theatre, and film. An appreciator of good cocktails, random animal factoids, and dance film essays. Inch is currently working on her next album. Faster can or not? Huh? Okay.
I've been saying that for years.
Okay, I was so excited to be moderating this. If you guys didn't know, my name is Tim Ricotta, and so I'll just.
Hello, Tim.
Hi. You are welcome. Whoever is watching, to please put in questions, and if you already know something about any of us, just don't wait till the end of the talk to set your questions in whenever or wherever they can be through. Yeah, so we'll get them and we'll get to addressing them as well. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna, since we have an hour or so, I'm just gonna focus on each of you guys with a couple of questions first, and then we can have an overlapping conversation to see where our experiences can shed light and color to everyone that's watching. Okay, so if I go down, or maybe I can go back to front right now. Starting with you, Inch. These three questions will apply to all three of you guys. So question one, what do your events focus on, and how does that impact people? I guess basically what you've done as a solo artist, all the amazing things that you have achieved, and also maybe through your experience with Invasion?
Yeah, so I do believe in the power of songwriting and music making. It's a gift that's been given to me, I guess, when I was at a younger age. So while it was very natural to try to, for me, just share that wonderful thing that music has done for me, the ability to express myself, the ability to I guess, approach difficult conversations or difficult emotions within myself and experiences as well. So besides, I advocate for environmentalism, but in more these days. But during Invasion, there was a lot of besides just going to school and spreading that ability to express yourself amongst youth, there is also stuff where I did songwriting with Boys Home and Girls Home, and in prison as well. So and male and female prison. So it's to me extremely important to be able to use music or something like this as a tool to be able to further understand ourselves or for others to understand us.
Yeah, exactly. I think we can cover a bit of those aspects after I've actually covered the next two questions. But so what do communities actually need from events? And in that front, how do you normally differentiate your events from everything else that's on the Singapore landscape? Yeah.
Sorry, could you
Sure.
that?
So what do you think communities actually need from events, and how do you differentiate your events?
I think what community really needs from events is, to me, at the moment, events in general, because like as in things that happen in real life, because COVID's not letting that. But I guess what's really important is for the community to just come together on authentic cause.
Yeah.
I guess I sometimes feel like now community is such a very like easily thrown word. Everyone's like, oh,
yeah, that's true.
Like community, placemaking. All these are all like such catch words, like
Key
very
phrases.
key phrases that people use. And then to me, there's this organicness that there's a huge difference when an organic movement is happening versus a thing where you just try to create the space and hope that people will come.
Yeah.
And if there's anything, I think people galvanize on authentic beliefs. So to me, whatever that belief might be, or in order for that to happen, there needs to be, it could be a person, it could just a group of people, but the mission or the intention needs to be extremely authentic. And generally that kind of breeds that organic kind of magnetism that invites more people into that community.
Yeah.
So I guess for me, what I'm trying to say is that I guess what I'm more afraid of when the question you're asking me is just like, how do we engineer it?
Yeah.
Engineer authenticity.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds very strange that way. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess it's something that, well, when big events happen across the Singapore or the world landscape, we normally just see it for what it is, but we don't really see the traction or the engagement or the resonance with the communities that it has had over the maybe 5 to 6 or even 10 years leading up to its final iterations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll come back to you a bit. Talking about that, I guess that underground engagement, Cherry, how did Syndicate become the Syndicate that it is today? What was your very first Syndicate gig like?
Our first Syndicate gig, it was, I think actually it was a very surreal experience. So for those who are not familiar with Syndicate, it's an audio-visual artist collective. The music, it's very much in electronic sounds and beats. And the very first Syndicate that we did, right, it was weird because we were entering into a space, and back then I think most of the club space, what they had was like house and techno, and then everybody just party together. And for us, we were very fortunate to have gotten Home Club now defunct and has disappeared.
Man.
For them to give us an opportunity to go, hey, we're gonna play some music here. It's gonna be like instrumental hip hop and beats and weird sound that people cannot dance to. And then we're gonna have visuals, which we will build ourselves, but please fund us for it. Thank you. And we cannot guarantee if like people will come, but we are really sincere about this experience. Yeah. So like I think props to Kelvin and Roy from Home Club for believing in us back then. And that was the first syndicate. I think it was weird, but at the same time it kind of got those who came in a different sort of headspace. Like there's a different experience in terms of seeing how like visuals and sound can be presented like this. Yeah.
And I think that kind of has evolved into a more mainstream space in terms of arts curation in the different districts and galleries and museums, which, like guys, I was mentioning just now, how you suddenly see these great new exciting events, but you don't actually see the slow burn behind how these things come into prominence, I guess. Just like how Invasion actually, or the concept of school invasion, was here a long time ago.
Yeah.
Way back when you Inch were like hustling to get music into schools. Just like how Syndicate was actually trying to put out a new brand of gig experience. It really takes a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
How old is Syndicate altogether, Cherry?
We just released our 10-year anniversary. Yeah, like I think it's out on our Bandcamp, and it was quite interesting because we got Daddy Kev from Low End Theory. He used to head up Low End Theory, and Alpha Pup to kind of just go through our catalog and pick whatever you want. So he put together a compilation mix for us. Yeah, it's been 10 years. We thought that it would last only 6 months, to be honest. No, seriously, that was like the joke back then. When we started, we were like, okay, what if nobody come, because this is very strange. And then I remember Kiet saying like, okay, if nobody comes to this gig, right, we try for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, at least us and all our friends have a wonderful time listening to this music and experiencing all these visuals and yeah. that was seriously the thinking. So I think there wasn't any plan to last for so long, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to developing a community around the events that we have actually done a long time ago, we never really saw it becoming what it is today in that sense. Then more of like the engineering that we were talking about just now kind of comes along with the realization that, oh shit, there's a community there.
Yeah.
Can you say it, right? In that sense.
I think what you said about the authenticity thing, it's very real. Like people can feel your heart, you know.
Yeah, they really can. Like, and if you're just doing it for the sake of doing it, people can smell it also lah. Like they really can. Like the audience is always smarter. That's what I believe.
And I think that also then with a mainstream like secular audience or people on the street who are coming in for a night out or weekend out or festival vibe, it's a bit more forgiving. But when you start to work in communities that are a bit more disenfranchised or communities that need help, or when you actually understand how, like you were saying, music can actually connect with people, then it takes a little bit more gut, I guess, a little bit more strength to actually believe in yourself and what you're doing, even though it might not have actually been the actual intention, which is, I guess, a nice segue to push into Neil and what you've been doing. Can you probably explain to us what you've been up to in the last few years or months?
Okay, I'll try my best to summarize it. Do you want me to show the slides now or later? Maybe?
Yeah, why not? Go for it.
Yeah, I thought I put together some images since perhaps many people may not be familiar with my work. So Can you all see the slides?
Yes, we can.
So I just want to share a little bit about some of the outreach work that I do, and mainly it's a big emphasis is in culture. So I travel to different countries and use the musical cultures of that place, that community that I go to reach out to them. So this is a project I did last year in Indonesia, reaching out to Afghan refugees. Just some quick photos where we made music with them. The idea of this project was that
are these musicians that are they also all Singaporean?
No, they're not musicians at all. Well, some of them are, like this guy in the middle.
Yeah.
He plays what is called a dambura. It's an Afghan instrument.
Nice.
But the intention was to get them to share their stories. So you can see the paper that they're writing here.
Yeah.
It's basically their story put into music. And at the end of the day, this whole workshop, it was a 3-day workshop. They got to perform to their entire Afghan refugee community in Indonesia, sharing their stories about a desire for freedom, desire for peace and hope and a home, things like that. So that's a project that I did last year.
Great.
Another one that I did this year is Little India It's part of the National Arts Council Community Arts Residency. So
which is what you're doing now. Is that what you're?
No, I finished it. It was supposed to end early this year, but it stretched on because of COVID. But now it's completed already.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I did was I went to Little India. I talked to people, random people, and I got them to paint out their life journey on a piece of canvas, like this lady over here. If you go to Little India, you may recognize her. And basically, this piece of artwork is music. And I get them to share their story with the entire Little India community.
Okay.
And how I did that was, there's another guy. How I did that was when they were painting their story on the piece of canvas, I was playing music along with it. So using music as a vehicle to drive the emotive aspects of their own life story.
Yeah.
And then I interviewed them. And then I went back to my studio and I composed a piece of music.
Oh, great.
And then performed their story with musical and visual art accompaniment to a live audience. So basically what I'm trying to say with these activities is that you take something that someone already has, be it their life story, be it their experiences of desire for a home, being refugees in Indonesia, and empower them using music to give back to their own communities. And that's really what my events are all about. It's not about just giving to them, but empowering them to give to other people. And I believe that's my model of community outreach.
Awesome. And I guess it in some way or form, it kind of translates to the rest of us and how we do events as well. There's a reason why the communities that have been built around us have been built in the first place. There is a voice that we are giving them, or a voice that we have and we believe in and we advocate for, in that sense. Like what I've seen over the last, I guess, 7 or 8 years doing music and events also is that it's a two-way thing. You just have to listen to the community, don't you? Like, you just have to understand what you are capable of doing in terms of, let's say, your comfort zones or your expertise or your skill sets, and then reach out to the community in your way where people around you kind of resonate with you, and then suddenly you find that what's the noun of galvanize? Is it galvanization? What is it? Galvanism? Galvanizing?
I don't know.
But England not so good,
but Tim, I like what you said about the being a two-way thing. I believe going to reach out to a community, you have to sort of integrate into the community. You can't just go there and impose your music, your ideals onto that community. You have to sort of understand them, empathize and sympathize with them.
Exactly right. And I think that is probably the core trait of what music with extension to other art forms, what music is it's empathy, right? And the best way to impact a community is to understand how they feel and to see where you, with your skill set and your talent, can actually come in and make it better, right? So let's just, I guess, steer into this realm right now, because making an impact in a community through music, which is the title of the talk, you can do it alone to a certain extent, but it's a lot better when you have teams around you, or when you have a following, or when you have people who know that they, or feel like they can have a sense of belonging, right? So maybe I can go back. We'll just keep going around, okay? So Inch, what was it like building, if you don't mind, if I focus on the early Invasion team, like what was it like moving from an idea into a whole movement that caught traction around enabling music empowerment in young people?
To be very honest, when we first started out Invasion, we were just a bunch of kids. We were like 17, 18, and we were like, hey, we'll be cool, right? If we go to schools and play songs, like that's it. And then we kind of sort of set it up together. The person that started it was Haida Abba as well. So he back then I was playing in a band called Allura. He was at West Grand Boulevard, and we just figured out a way on how to just do that, like just go into schools and play. And then eventually, from there, the movement kind of grew. We were like, hey, it's just us, it's very lonely, and let's call more other bands to come in. Then more friends come in, and we did do that. And it became like this strange, like ragtag crew of us that just like that kind of like very shoestring budget, go into schools, just Tari and M on stage, and then play, and then the sound is bad, but never mind, rock and roll, you know. And then after that, I guess as we got older, we were like, hey guys, like, you know, we started working with different partners, like the National Library. We worked with Coca-Cola, Nokia when they were still relevant in making.
Nice.
It's still alive.
Yeah, when you know we were supporting them when phones first moved from polyphonic to, oh my god, it's an MP3 you can play as your ringtone.
Oh my god.
So that was the transition.
I used to make my own ringtones, man, and it took me like 2 hours.
Exactly. So it was cool, like, you know, we would then bring in Nokia onto the tour. So we would have like a Nokia tour bus that showed up, and then the kids can come hang with the band after the concert and stuff like that. Yeah. And then it just in 2015 when I left for the States, and Haida as well kind of took a pause from it. Then in 2015 when I came back, me and Haida decided, let's just revamp Invasion again, and this time because we were subconsciously sort of built a community where we were just like, hey, a bunch of kids like just going out there and playing and trying to sort of spread the gospel of local music. That's the idea. So eventually we decided, okay, let's work with partners. NYC and SCAPE was definitely our biggest partners for that during the entire time for the Invasion tour, because we believe so much about youth engagement and really getting being able to use music or for people to be able to find their way. And it's so wonderful because over the years prior to that, when we started doing the first few tours, there's since been a lot of other bands that come up to us and they were like, oh, I was in school when you came to my school. So it'll be so cool. We get to play on the tour. And we're like, yeah, you should totally play on the tour. So bands like, I remember, who is it? I think it's Mild Life. Like, yeah, like Paddy was telling me that we visited school, like Firefly visited school. And then it's really nice to hear it's like come full circle that, you know, if in many ways, like in order to change the culture, because I think the number one issue that I felt with why the music industry wasn't growing was the fact that our audience development was very poor at that time.
Yeah.
You know, we weren't developing our audience, and it's not in our natural Singaporean diet to be able to suss and support local music. So the only way to really do that is to like invade people in their normal daily program. So that was was just generally the idea. And then, you know, when you speak to other people, when you tell them this idea, like, look, our Singaporean diet is just this way. They're eating chicken rice every day. Can we like switch it up? You know, like, can we introduce some Plain Sunset, some West Grand Boulevard, some Tim Decotta, some whatever, you know, into their music diet, you know, and then more people kind of jumped onto that vision. So it was easy to just eventually have this very nice circle, like the circle of life that happens, where the younger bands now graduate to bring in like inspire other people, and other people want to come on board, and it just keeps going that way. So it kind of creates a very natural culture, you know.
Yeah, great. And I guess for Syndicate, Sherry, is kind of an evolution of that very first gig where you also tried to bombard the crowd with experimental music and weird visuals and hope something happens, right? And something freaking did happen.
I think because a lot of it was just like us sharing like what we are into, right?
Yeah.
And then as you share, then you realize that, hang on, there's all these other people who like it too.
Yeah.
And like what Inch has said, right? I think over the years we've seen how like someone from like who was on the dance floor, then now they're playing music. Farah is a very good example. I used to see Ra coming in as a, you know, like, hey, who's this young little girl coming in? And then now she's like, you know,
playing like
one of like
brand launches,
really like awesome DJs around. Yeah. So, what was the question?
Well, I so forgot. What was the question?
Like Syndicate come in and blast all the sound.
Yeah, like, and then so how? Oh my god!
No, I think like making the music available and presenting it in a way it was quite nerdy lah. Cause for electronic music, there's no, unlike rock and roll where you have like a very performance sort of element to it, and also with lyrics and all that, right? Electronic music DJs, half the time it's really just like you are listening to the music only. There's really nothing much for you to look at except for the visuals. Yeah, and I think for me what was very interesting was I remember as we did more and more shows, it wasn't just about connecting with a community here that like bass and creative ideas and all that, but we were also somewhat plugged into this like global community of beatmakers.
Nice.
Yeah. Like, you know, you get the DJs here, and then after that, when you go over to their country, they'll be like, hey, do you want to play at my gig? So we actually had like gigs that we could play in Melbourne, in LA. You know, if you go to Japan, you know who to reach out to for like small little shows. Yeah. So that for me was very satisfying to be able to know that, hey, okay, it's not just us, like a few hundreds of us in this room. Yeah, there's actually a wider community that's out there. And also just the experience of having people in a space appreciating the creativity of music. So people who come to the gig, right, they are not looking for anthems. They were kind of responding to, oh, I want to know what's this new melody that I'm hearing? What's this, you know, sick sound effect that comes out? And there will be like a knowing look across the floor when something really good dropped. We used to run this thing called Beats Invitational, which was in the early part of the night, where you get all the bedroom producers to come out and just share their freshly made tracks.
Yeah.
So it doesn't need to be like mastered or anything, but if they can do it, we basically just give them the chance to hear it on a loud, properly tuned system. Then they can know how their track work on a big system. So then that equates to like feedback, and then they can go back and engineer the mix again. Yeah, and usually that part is really exciting for me because you're really hearing all these like new tracks, and you can see the response of everyone going like, you know, this is the bomb. This is shit. Like, where did this guy come from? Who is he? But like, this is awesome. Yeah, like I think that for me was like, yeah, it's nice to have this kind of different spaces, because I think in our media culture here, it's a difficult place to be in, because you know, in Singapore it's very global media centric, and there's
palettes are very
lesser
rigid,
support for. Yeah, I mean, because you imagine if you're someone who don't know any music, right? You walk into a supermarket full of like so much choices, international brands, and there's no special counter for like people from your own country.
Yeah.
So I do think that being a music maker here is very, very hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's a sense of pride in people identifying with Singapore music. Whether it's just the music itself or just the fact that it comes from Singapore, I think people appreciate local talent in that way.
I think that has kind of changed over the recent years. I don't really think it was always like that, especially since like the 70s, where the painting of Singapore music was like inferior and, for lack of a better, actually I'm quoting directly lah, it's barbaric. But, so it was an uphill task, I guess, for us to get to somewhat of a level that we are at right now, and which actually is what I wanted to segue into and ask you about. Like, I think the thing that binds the four of us together here in this talk is that we have our skill sets, or like we do music, or we produce, or we DJ, or we play an instrument with a good level of proficiency, but there's something else, there's something more that takes us into these realms and doesn't allow us to give up, right? So Neil, I guess you are the freshest still of the four of us. So what drives you? What pushes you to keep doing it, even though people say, I don't want to hear what you want to say, or like, why are you disturbing me with this? Like, what pushes you personally?
Well, when I started out, right, I think when I decided to pursue music full time, I was like, I want to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I just want to be famous and I want to play. I don't know. At the time, I was like admiring all those big stages and all that. But then over time, I realized that music has a lot more of a function beyond just entertainment. I believe music has great entertainment value, and that's a great thing. But also, it can empower people. It can connect people. It can give people hope. It can help people to express emotions. So many other things. If you look at musical cultures all around the world, music is used very functionally, be it in weddings, funerals, or dance, special events and things like that. So I believe what connects us is that we see music as a means to something greater. Definitely music in itself is amazing, and I love being just a musician, but the fact that we can use our music and our creative, whatever you call it, creativity, to do something more, that's really amazing to me. And about your question about what do people say, I don't want to stop pushing this on me, definitely I've felt that before. I think that's when I start to learn that it's not just about me and the music that I make. Actually, it's about the music, what other people want to hear. Also, it's about what relates to other people. So I guess for me, when I do my music projects, I identify the community and I identify the needs that they have. So for example, right now I'm doing some outreach to Timor-Leste. I'm actually learning the national language, Tetun. I'm also learning their songs and learning their musical instruments, the babadok, like these folk drums and all that kind of thing, so that I can start to compose music, incorporating their cultural elements to it. And I think that's something they want to listen to. Maybe the Timorese don't want to listen to Singapore music. Maybe they don't want to listen to Mild Life, not because the music's bad, but because it doesn't relate to them. So I think you have to think about the community that you want to reach out to, and tailor your artistic work to meet their needs.
Oh, that's great. So the impact of which you have on your community is also your ability to relate to them, I guess. And it's I feel like I'm saying a lot of very obvious things, but actually these are the things that really matter at the end of the day. You have to actually understand how to get across the fact that we know that music has this impact. Music has the ability to change your mood. Music has the ability to stop you from doing something rash, or music has the ability to excite you to get the courage to do something that you should have done a long time ago. And these are the very basal, very instinctual qualities that music kind of inspires. It's very primal, right? As in, and I guess that relation to each culture is the primal nature of each culture's or community's music, right? And if you can understand that, then there's a higher likelihood that the impact will be greater, and then a community will be grown, maybe even exponentially. So I wanted to ask, then from that point, right? So impacting people with music is a very, I guess, a superficial way of looking at how things happen. But how do you sustain the communities that you have identified along the years? And then how do you sustain your ability to keep giving and keep reaching out and creating opportunities for them in the midst of the possibility of burning out? Can I start with Inch first?
I saw a cat.
Yeah.
Where? I missed it.
He's right here. To start from that, from burning out, it's perks of working from home. But I think it does get tiring because, I mean, to be real, people talk about communities, but there's also politicking that comes involved, that sometimes comes in whether you like it or not. For me, that's what I find, and it's tough because you in an ideal world, we like to always be working with great people with no differences whatsoever, but it will happen. So to me, that kind of if there's anything that I learned during my journey of invasion, is to really learning how to have difficult conversations is probably the most important thing, to a skill set that you really need to start practicing as early as possible. Because pretending it's not there or hoping it irons it out on itself is never works. In fact, it snowballs to something else, and it creates very invisible tensions within a community sometimes. So to me, when it comes to not burning out, I think I still go back to this idea of authenticity, which is you need to be as honest and authentic with the people and your peers around you. If there is also any difficulty or something that doesn't work, may it be financially, may it be like there is some kind of I don't know, tensions or loggerheads of personalities, and like these are the things that happens when you work with people in general. Because if left aside, I think for the music, the love, or just pure invading schools, I think I can just get pure joy out of that, and I can do that forever. But obviously, when it comes to the work, there's a lot of other not so great things that you have to handle and manage a lot of relationships. And the earlier, for me, on hindsight, the earlier you address it, the earlier you have these difficult conversations, or you'll be able to maturely handle them. And I think during that whole time, I think what I realized, sorry, my cat just keeps walking around every time. he's grooving himself in the background if it weren't for this Zoom background. But yeah, it's. I think if there's anything I learned about my level of maturity in handling these, like how sobering it is to actually see your level of maturity in handling these things. And yeah, it was definitely a learning point for me lah. So I think to not avoid burnout, you address the problem as early as possible. Yeah.
How about you, Sherry? I guess, Sherry, I've also come to there were points that I actually got some advice from you even about how to talk to clients and how not to
don't let them bully you, don't let them bully you,
Yeah. That's literally the advice that Cherry gave me at some points in the past. So how have you handled that?
I think syndicate is weird, because I think a lot of people from the outside might think that syndicate is a very structured thing, and but it's not. From the from the very get-go, right? We always thought of it as like an organism. It's very free form, and people can. I mean, of course, we ask like-minded friends and musicians whom we look at their work and we're inspired by their work, and then we go like, hey, let's work together, and then. Or some people just drop in and go, like, things happen in a very, very organic manner. And I think there was definitely stress when, it snowballed and it got bigger. And you just run with it. But I think the good thing about it being organic was you can leave anytime. Yeah, and people have come and it's a case of, yes, you can be here for a while and then you can drop out, but it's okay. We all understand that, life does get in the way, or maybe for that moment in time you might not be feeling something. And even for myself, I actually took a break for a while because I think I had about 4 years of feeling quite depressed actually.
Oh man, okay.
Yeah, I've never actually spoken about this, but yeah. So I took a break. It was just all getting to my head. I had a lot of family issues and I couldn't hear music, and that was a scary part.
Crap.
Yeah, I couldn't hear music, and then I was like desperately trying to check out all the sounds that I like, right? But I was really like no emotion at all. And I just thought, okay, never mind, move to behind the scene and help out in other ways. Yeah. And initially it was hard, but I think I had some really good advice from Kiet as well, who just go like, hey, if it's not fun, don't do it. He just put it so matter-of-factly, right? If it's
advice.
If it's not fun, then don't do it lah. Don't do lah. It's okay one. You can just stay one corner, and then and you learn to let go. You learn to let go and go like, okay, maybe I'll return into it at some point. And true enough, it came back to me very, very slowly. But the thing is, it's always still there. I do believe that if it's something that you love, sometimes it might go away for a short while, but eventually it come back. And there's always good people doing things. Like even syndicate might be quiet at some point in time, but then you have people like Darren Duckwise, for example, one of our crew. He's totally super busy now running the SG community radio, which is another platform to also try to help communities to have a voice and have a place that they can talk about things after Lush disappeared. Yeah. So I don't know. I think that for music promotion, music events, it is a tough industry to be in because the format has changed quite a lot, right? And
it keeps changing.
Because from physical CD sales where you can actually make money, now it's like streaming. Then like, oh no, I have to go and think about all the rights and stuff like that. So it's a tough place to be in, and I do think that your mental health is important as well. And you have to surround yourself. You have to kind of know that your priorities are like, okay, I'm doing this, my heart is in it, but if it starts to chip away at you a lot, please take care of yourself first and learn to let go to someone else to do it. Yeah. So I guess creating the space is important.
Yeah, and moving to Neil, what are some of the biggest challenges that you have faced when it came to your spirit or your fire being at doing what you do?
And I tell you honestly, every single day I feel like giving up. And I have self-doubt, like, I mean, I say that without exaggeration, like, because, okay, maybe not every single day, but on a very regular basis, it happens.
And it's time to book a massage, my friend.
But I mean, honestly, I think that happens to a lot of musicians. Not just musicians, artists. I mean, when I talk to my peers, my students, even they're like, I just feel like giving up. This is going nowhere. And I think for me, what motivates me is remembering why I'm doing what I'm doing. I mean, that might sound like a simple answer, but actually, for me, music is not just about the music in itself, but it's like I said, music is a means to doing something for other people, blessing people, blessing a community. And I think if I remember that and why I chose to be in this industry in the first place, that really empowers me to keep on going. Of course, it helps to have good friends and family who will like rub your back and like give you a shoulder to cry on. I think that's very important.
Yes.
I really
the
like
communities within the community.
Yeah. You can't do it alone. You really can't.
Yeah, man.
I like that Cherry brought up mental health. I think that's a very important thing to bear in mind, especially when you are trying to reach out to communities. If you are always the one trying to bless other people and give to other people, you're really going to burn out. So you have to look after yourself. Part of what I teach my participants in the programs that I run, like be it visiting hospitals to play music or the any other program, Little India Journeys and all that, is that it does good to yourself. It makes you feel good. It nourishes your soul to do good unto other people. Yeah. When my participants go into the hospital wards to play music for the patients, at the end of the day, they come out feeling so invigorated, although they're super tired playing nonstop for 2 hours, but they feel so good. And that is really what I want them to feel, the good of doing good unto other people. And that's what keeps me going. Right? Although I may be tired, I may be discouraged, I may feel like giving up, but I feel good and I know that it's what I want to do for the rest of my life.
Awesome. That's great. Yeah, and wow, okay. I guess you have also given us some fuel from that sharing. Like, I think we all know that, okay, like, even though it's just the title of our talk today, but impacting a community is a mountainous task. It's like, it's not something to be taken lightly. And when you have the initial spirit or the initial fire to do something within the community for the community, we often neglect to look after ourselves, and we often neglect to ration as much of giving. Most of the time to the detriment of ourselves. I think I've been through a couple of burnouts too over the years. Just hidden in the room and watch Netflix for like 12 days after reaching a point of like, I've had enough. I've given so much. I'm so tired. My back is killing me. It's not an easy thing to do. And finding spaces for yourself to remember why you did it, and also looking after your mental health is actually really, really important. Okay. I think we have about 15 minutes left. Okay, let's see what else we can focus on. I don't think there have been any questions that have come in so far. But
I'm just gonna jump in a little bit about what both of Cherry and what Neil has said. Like, I'm a huge advocate for what you guys are saying as well. Like the whole, I believe in fruitful idleness. Like, sometimes the subtle art of not doing anything is actually the best, like, remedy to step away from all of this. Because especially when, we're talking about the topic about giving or trying to give to society, right? Then I feel sometimes this unnecessary pressure of all your expectations kind of seep in, all the expectations that you have for yourself and what you're trying to fulfill is so counterproductive from eventually getting anything done. So at the same time, like, especially in this current climate and COVID, and whoever's that's watching, and if you feel the need to constantly give and give and give in a time like this, where I do think as well, on some level, self-preservation is extremely important to focus on as well.
Yeah.
So, and it's really silly to be thinking about giving if you are empty or you are not like fulfilled, happy, and
sometimes it can be harmful, right?
Super harmful, yeah. And I know it seems like such like I love that advice that Kate gave Sherry. It's like, it's not fun, don't do it, It's like,
it's that, right? It's just like, there's no philosophical way. Just stop it and go have your kopi.
Yeah, if it sucks the fun out of everything and like every reason on why you're doing it doesn't exist anymore, then like just stop lah. Just pause lah. Like,
actually, but I think because we are quite hard on ourselves, most of us are like, I have this responsibility, I have to carry through with it, or like, or you get, well, as music people as well, you do get into you're very connected to your feelings, right?
Yeah.
So things do impact you like this, and then you start questioning and all that. Yeah, but yeah, the important thing is really to just be good to yourself first. We often just forget about ourselves at the end of the day. Yeah.
And it's practical also because you won't be effective if you are so burnt out.
Right. Yeah. And I think that what we've just expressing also kind of made me realize there is another side to impact on the community, which is like a negative impact. You know, right? Like when you've given so much, or when you have become so empty or anxious or angry or disenfranchised, I don't know, but like there is also a danger of negatively impacting a community, right?
We have some questions.
Yeah, we have 3 questions actually.
Where are you all seeing these questions?
On the Q&A side.
Not on the chat.
Oh, there! I was wondering where these questions are.
Okay.
Ja. Okay, so thanks for letting me know. So JP, I don't know whether it's the person we know, but yeah, anyway, he asks, as the Singapore music scene continues to expand, having more varieties and genres of music featured in more prominent ways, how do we then keep this ever-growing music community intact without falling into many fragments and cliques we used to have maybe 10, 15 years ago? I think cliques is the
Clique, right? Like
QUES,
groups.
Cliques, yeah.
Cliques.
Cliquous. Oh my god. Okay, but cut the. Okay, anyway, yeah. Anyone on the floor, go ahead.
I don't think we need to keep it intact.
But yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I was hoping that came out.
I mean, to me, it's like you do your own freaky dicky niche. Everybody should do your own, like, you know, thing. And like, I mean, and then we can always be we're all friends, what, right? We can be cool, right? There's no need to like draw a turf wall or anything like that. But if you carve yourself a niche, you carve yourself a niche, right? And then just share the love, lah. Like, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with being. I guess one way you call it fragmented, and another way I see it is just diverse.
Yeah. Actually, I think it's quite hard to the music community here will always be kind of fighting against the rest of the global options, right? So that will be enough. That will be enough to keep us together, because we are all kind of fighting the same fight. Like everyone has so much options. The diversity thing, it's always good to. For me, usually what I'm concerned about, it's more how do we get the music out to the people, given that, you know, everything is in such tiny pockets. It's all on the internet, you know, and we don't really have as much of a, when I say protectionist attitude here. It's not like unlike some of the other countries where they have like a lot of local quota and all that, we don't really have that. So it's really a free-for-all situation.
Honestly, I think that the diversity is very much part of Singapore culture and Singapore music. Like if you ask someone what is Singapore music, then they're gonna, I mean, there's no one answer for it, as opposed to maybe some other countries where it would be easier. But I think that in itself is Singapore music, is this fusion where we have so many different varieties, and they can be cliques, that's fine. But like Inch said, we're all friends, right? We're all part of this Singapore music circle.
Yeah.
And we may be different, but that's good actually.
Maybe the thing is physically, right, it's less obvious. Because, okay, this is where the part where I sound like an old woman. In the past, there was S11. Or like in the past, there was, you know, people hanging out at substation.
In my time.
There was, I think back then there was maybe a couple of like physical spaces that you get more different types of music people coming together, just hanging out in that space. And that was exciting because you get a lot of cross-pollination of like, oh, you know, I don't know any hardcore stuff, but you all have a hardcore gig. What was it about? Then go and come check it out. So I think because things are so online now, it's a bit, and there's lesser physical spaces. So it's hard to have that kind of randomness, you know, like just to be able to bump into someone and go like, I don't know what you're doing, but that looks cool, give me your flyer.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's also a sign of times. I don't know whether it's because like currently I do feel the social way of interacting has definitely changed. People are more comfortable texting online or whatever, but then when you get them in a physical space, everyone gets a bit awkward.
Yeah.
There is that. I will see that there is a generational difference in how people interact. And like, so to me, like, if I were to ask why JP is asking this, it's more of like, if you feel left out as a person because you feel that music's been very cliquey and all of that stuff, then to me, it's find your own niche or find your own people. Not everyone. Yes, some people just are a little bit more insular or whatever it is. Some people just gather together because they have more commonality than others. But you know, I think whatever it is, it's find your own thing, you know, and find your own clique and grow your own little piece of fragment if you need to. And you know, there's no reason to feel like everyone needs to be one homogeneous amoeba. Like that would be weird, actually.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Here, second follow-up question was: is it even practical to have the desire to sustain a huge community?
Which I think alludes into the vein of like, you don't have to sustain the entire community. I mean, you sustain your niche, or you not even sustain, I guess, like you seek to benefit it where you can, within your means, within your abilities, and within your energy.
I mean, I think this is quite relative, right? Because it's like, if you go like, oh, I'm really into 8-beat music, and then down here in Singapore, my clique is very small, but then you are plugged into maybe a global group of like people that you can, you know, share your music with, then yeah, I think it's quite relative to personal preference. Some people prefer a huge community, but some people don't. Yeah.
I think it all depends. And to me, it's more. It's not so much about whether the community is huge or big, but the quality of the connectedness.
Yeah.
It could be a big community, but the quality of the connectedness needs to be there. It could be a small one as well, and the quality of the connectedness could be there. It really is relative. Yeah.
I think we have one more question.
Yeah.
For the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Neil, you moderate.
Even someone's like holding the 5 minutes thing. I'm like, I don't want to leave that unanswered.
Yes, so let's move on to that. Okay, so an anonymous attendee says, it seems like artists are using issues within the community, and mental health, etc., as a bait to promote their own material without actual long-term engagement. How do we call out these people, and how do individual artists ethically engage the community we work and create in? Okay, can I just frame this like, I also think the reason why it feels that artists are using community issues to promote their own material is also because there is I was just talking about this to a friend the other day. It just seems that a lot of money that comes into music gets siphoned to these areas where we have to sustain ourselves as musicians, but half the time there are always briefs that are around these issues. Okay, discuss.
Wow, very loaded question.
Yes.
my initial instinct when I saw that was the mindset that we go in. I would rather err on the side of giving the benefit of the doubt than judgment. I think it can be very dangerous if everything you are just trying to see if they are legit or not. I think just appreciate it first, and then you start to grow and then you'll be able to identify more and more as you consume these sort of work.
I like, okay, while you think, I can hear you thinking.
Yeah.
I also think it is like, I mean, as Neil says, the level of maturity of listening in a Singaporean audience, and I'm going in my opinions here, is very curated or very directed by the types of media that we are exposed to and the spaces at which artists get to even put their works across. Sometimes we radio representation has gone down quite a lot. So now we rely on our own impetus of pushing our own communities and our own, like SGCR, for example, or any of the online publications that actually help us push the music for what it is. But when we get into a greater space, there is always a connotation to it. There is always as part of this charity move, or as part of the mental health campaign here, or as blah blah blah. So it's like artists are, I don't think many of us want to promote our music in those spaces, but sometimes those are the only spaces that we can do it. What do y'all think?
It's very blur. I'm just gonna say that only because there are two things I probably want to mention about this. One is that I think every artist needs to be accountable for whatever that they do in general. Period. We live in a generation of cancel culture is very, very real, and I'm actually I understand it and I'm okay with it. Only because like I do feel that it is only dubbed cancel culture now because the people of disadvantage are finally able to actually talk about it. So to me, if you are someone of a public figure or have somehow put your artistry out publicly, you kind of sign the very invisible contract of saying, I am completely putting myself up for any kind of scrutiny. So whatever good or bad or people say about you, you can't just take the good, if people have some genuine criticism about the way that you're doing things and how you're doing things, as an artist, you have to be quite open about it. And as an audience, and when you see it and you're uncomfortable, you have two choices. One is not my thing and you walk away. Or two, this is an opportunity for me to say something. You could do that too. That's your prerogative. And then that how you do it as well is also a different thing. Like if you're truly concerned about the hypocrisy, or rather that there is some kind of disconnectedness with the way that the artist is doing it and how they're doing it, you can speak to them personally by sending them a private message, an email, or something like this. Or if you want, I mean, nowadays we live in this public, everyone has their own digital soapbox right now. You can stand on yours and talk about it if you want to. And if people agree, they will resonate with that, and that could take its own life as well. But to me, it's about, if it's really for the cause of being more critical and being better of it, this is something that I'm all for. I mean, this is something that I as well struggle with as a person that advocates for environmentalism. There's so many days where I'm like, wow, there's a lot of disjointedness with certain programs that I'm involved in, or there isn't a disjointedness of things that I work with as well. I'm much better at turning things down now, and I actually do feedback to a lot of the clients these days, and I tell them, especially when it comes to environmentalism, greenwashing is something that I think is extremely toxic for the cause, and I have to put my money where my mouth is. So that means if I have to turn down monetary gain for the greater of my cause, because I don't think the cause authentically represents what it means, I have to do that. And I've done that a little bit even in tough times like this. So there are days where I'll be like ailing and calling a friend and be like, guys, I have to turn this down because it's not okay, but it's this, but it's not okay. And then there is, I mean, to me, doing the right thing, I don't think is easy, or not all the time. And hopefully if you do it often enough, it becomes the easy thing to do. So that's the way I see it. So, but whoever this is, if you're interested in calling someone out, just do it kindly and do it, and also question yourself why you're doing it.
Yeah, I was looking at the question, right? I've got two sides to it. Like, if you are an artist, right, who has written this, right, then maybe, because it seemed like the question is based around like, what they deem as this is not very ethical. I smell that this person is not real, or I want to call that person out. So if you're an artist, then I think it's always a good thing. Then you be the example, because you obviously have an opinion about how issues in the community can be presented and how to actively communicate it. So then you, as an artist, be the good example lah. And show everybody else how you can do this. But then if you are a punter and you are consuming, but you feel that this is something which you just disagree with, then like what Inch say, drop a message, because maybe the artist is just not very good. Then you come across as a bit brash, but actually it's because they're just not very nuanced in their presentation, but they're trying very hard. So I think you have to consider that possibility, right?
We're all human.
Then be kind lah. In this time, we all need a bit more kindness. So you can always just message and say that, hey, I don't know why you're doing this. Are you Are you using it as a bait? And have a conversation. Yeah, and at the end of the day, if it really like explanation also fail, then just walk away lor. Everything is just click and okay. Yeah, or you want to crusade against that person, you can but you prepare for the fans to also respond and if you want to take up that whole social media. I mean, there are people who
do, yeah.
It should be discussed, then great. Yeah.
That will create their own community against you.
Yes!
Impact!
Because everyone is authentically for or against something. So that's...
Yeah. I mean, I think that would be quite interesting to see, right? Like, okay, if you are, then just say out loud. There should always be a space for everyone. Yeah.
I think the last part of that question asks, how can artists ethically engage the community we work with? And I think this ties back to what Tim was trying to bring up about having a negative impact on the community. I think that's there also. And I think if the responsibility, honestly, is on the artist. You need to do your homework. You need to do your research. You can't just go in there and do what you want to do, expecting that it's going to be helpful for the community, because quite often it's not going to be. So the onus is on you. But of course, don't be so hard on yourself. If you make a mistake, if you end up doing negative impact with the intention of doing good and you did your research, then don't be so hard on yourself. Try again, pat yourself on the back, say, okay, I'll try again. What did I do wrong? And self-evaluate. I think that's the ethical way that you do it. But you can't just go in there and throw your music at them.
Great. Okay, I think with that, we have come to the end. Like, wrap up, Tim. Okay. Okay, guys. Thanks. This can go on for hours and hours, or like over like a couple of meals in the day, and it will just be great conversation. And I think what we can take away from this is that find your communities, believe in yourself, believe in the people around you, know your causes or the causes around you that are relevant, do your research, and be open and listen to them as well. Listen to yourself as well. Don't burn out. And in that way, I guess the impact that you would have for your community would actually mean something, as with everybody's impact over here. So it's an honor to be moderating with all of you guys. Sending love out to all of you guys. And to everyone who's watching and who have given us the questions, thanks for your time. Thanks for your engagement. There are so many more talks that are going to be happening today, and there are going to be live performances as well, which you can only catch this weekend. Wow. Like macam I'm the host of SCAPE Music Day Out. Hi, Kat. Okay, yeah. So with that, take care, everyone. Be safe. Tell your friends about Music Day Out and come and watch us live. And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
If you're enjoying the discussion so far, but you're feeling a bit like, oh, that's so much information, don't worry. We interrupt this program to bring you a break, a toilet break and a snack break, whatever that you need. Just recollect your thoughts and join us after. We're going to be presenting another panel discussion and a series of performances by our independent artists. Join us and stay tuned.
I've had eyes for you for the longest time. Yeah, I feel a thrill each time you smile. You're the one I think of every day, and I will walk on air to see your face. Sparkling lights, it's a kaleidoscope.
that I really want, bukan line-line that I need. Hari-hari women nari steady moving to the rhythm of the beat. Dedikasi dari hati, matahari keep it sunny. I do it for me, I do it for you, I do it for everybody. Sheesh.
Baby, I was made for you and I'm addicted. Long distance or around the way, we still connected. We can 一起看戏 I got 掌控权力，我的海可欢喜。Look at me, you where I wanna be.
Only like a star. Ni none going far. Only way forward is not to look back and to learn how to build on our past. Nambike, இருந்தா பிரச்சனை ஒண்ணும் இருக்காது. The voices make it louder, but through it all we getting stronger.
I love your brilliant light, transforming day from night. I gotta know very well if you feel it. 'Cause every day you're there for me, so I will walk on air for you. You find me anywhere you be, so I know I was made for you, for you. 'Cause every day you're there for me, so I will walk on air for you. You find me anywhere you be, so I know I was made for you, for you, for you.
Out in game because we know G2 or FPX? Okay,
G2. I support FPX though. FPX.
No, G2 has to win.
That's a flash forward into the taunt. Dragon secured by G2, but the first fight is on the board. First blood again to FPX. Now kills Gimgoon. The Nexus is being focused. It's going down. And Fun plus Phoenix are your world champions. And today, Fun plus Phoenix are the 2019 League of Legends World Champions!
It was quite disappointing to see G2 lost 3-0 to FPX.
G2 could have played better. There were a lot of early mistakes which cost them the game.
I'm sure you had a party.
Singapore's #1 hit music station.
987. I'm sure you had a party.
Why don't you take my hand? I wanna see you there. Go on and take my hand. Wait, your face is fading away now, baby. Your heart is so out of place now, honey. You're no longer there. That's why I gotta say, I just lost that direction. Sucking on my face, I hate the way it tastes. You better stay away. Wait, your face is fading away now, baby. Your eyes are so out of place now, honey. You're no longer there. So
Welcome back to the online live stream for SCAPE Music Day Out. If you're sitting on the toilet listening to this, here's your 5 seconds to get back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back. Hope you guys are refreshed and recharged. I'm Germaine and I'll be your host for day 1 of Music Day Out. Now, we just had 2 panels earlier and we're down to our last webinar of the day. Oh, how time flies. So we're gonna be talking about survival tips for independent musicians, where you can learn various measures of sustainability for you and for your career. This panel comprises of Isaac Miranda from Plain Pack label Kuala Lumpur, Raphael from local label Middle Class Cigars, as well as Samkwan Tonsampong from What the Duck, Thailand. This topic will be moderated by Priya Dewan. Register in the link at the comments section to join our webinar and ask your questions. We're getting closer and closer to the performances, so make sure you stay tuned as well.
Welcome to SGMUSO's Music Day Out panel on survival tips for independent musicians. My name is Priya and I'm going to be your moderator today. I am the founder of Gig Life Pro, which is a platform for music industry professionals who want to grow their business across Asia Pacific through education, collaboration, and transparency. And I am also the VP of The Orchard for Southeast Asia and South Korea. The Orchard is the leading global digital distribution platform. Today with us to help us with our survival tips for independent musicians, I've got Moy, the founder and managing director of very well-known Thai indie label, What the Duck, representing some of the best talent from Thailand. We also have with us Isaac, who is the founder of Plain Pack, a Singapore-based full-service music company working to grow Southeast Asian talent to international standards. And last but not least, Raphael, who runs SG-based indie label Middle Class Cigars. During our conversations, please feel free to drop your questions into the Q&A box, and we'll have about 10 minutes at least to answer those, to go through and have the panelists answer those. To kick things off, I'd love to start with you, Raphael. With the great success you've had with indie pop band Sobs, especially around the region and even growing your audience in the US, could you kind of walk us through how you got that going and maybe a few indications that you felt were showing you that you were working in the right direction?
I think as like passe as it sounds for us to like call ourselves like a bedroom pop band, like it really was that. We just started off in our bedrooms and like we thought that that was the way that things should start as well, and that was how we felt the band should be known to people as well. So we started from a ground up perspective, you know. After all, like we knew what our audience were, and because we were the audience of that as well, like I love the genre and like my life is a genre. So I knew the audience, and that's why I made sure to be like hyper focused on that. So we built our network of like friends and people that know about our band, from even the smallest things like an obscure like blog, independent like zine with a cult following, Facebook groups of fans of bands similar to us, or even like a group of like YouTube channels. So like right now a lot of kids listen to music on YouTube, especially when it comes to like indie music, where they trust certain curators to post music that they like, and from there it was I would say it's one of the strongest like factors that helped us get to where we are. So we work together really on the ground with YouTube creators that we like and we believe in, that we follow as well, and that from the get-go immediately got us at least on the first day kind of close to like 10 to 20k like straight up organic views, which was great, right? And especially for a band that was completely new, that was great.
So how did you engage with these platforms? Like, did you just reach out to them and be like, hey, I'm a fan of this genre as well, you might like this?
I mean, ultimately, it was a lot of legwork. I mean, I love the genre, so I follow a lot of outlets of these, like be it like press, people, zines, labels, and it was just a legwork of like going out, daring to like reach out to them and say like, yo, I think you would like this, you know, and things like Twitter help a lot as well, because like right now, especially on Twitter, it's so easy to form like organic networks of like-minded people, and from there it was so much easier to just share the music and people talk about it, and as it goes along, more and more people get to know about it around the world.
Great. Awesome. Thanks for sharing that. Moy, congratulations on the Toys #1 song.
Oh,
you hit a #1 song in Bangkok. Can you please share with us a little bit more about the Toys and what your strategy was to build their audience locally and then regionally?
I think speaking about the toy, because I mean at Water Dark, the concept of Water Dark, that what we do, we kind of like we follow the artist's creativity. So we don't really have like, you know, like promotion plan, PR plan, or anything. We just more like supporter for the artist. And then, for example, like the toy, he's starting. We sign him just only 6 months, and then he went so popular because of, I think before we signed him, I think all the independent artists nowadays, they have to start making noise by themselves first. You know, you have to you making noise, and then you start your own community first, and then you know who you're speaking with, who know who you should to build your community together. So and then when we sign him, he know exactly what he wanted to do. So we didn't touch any creativity of him, and then so we just building a marketing plan for him. And yeah, that I to be honest, I don't really have like, you know, the trip of formula how we make the toy so big right now. It's all about the artist, and then we just follow him.
So can you maybe give us a few examples? Like, you know, so he started his own organic social following. What were some of the pieces of the marketing plan that you built around his organic fan base to accelerate it? So
I think the most importantly, like we keep him as the way he wants to be, and then we try to understand him, and then we just make sure that his music should be we have like helping him to break to another community, you know what I mean? And then I think what is the breakthrough for his music, because of when we saw him, and then he released the first single, and that single they are kind of like, you know, unique sound and his unique character. And then I think and those the thing that all the media and all the fans that picking up with for him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
that's great. Thanks. Isaac, I know a couple of your artists actually signed to the majors, like Nick and Narelle. Can you tell us a little bit more about their journey as independents and how they got to the level where the majors started to take notice?
Sure. I think it'll be easier for me to speak about Nick because I've been there with him from day one. I used to run parties out in KL, and he was a friend of a friend who just came back from the UK background, and he wanted to play a show. He came on stage, and he was probably better than the headliners that day. So even for the first proper stage show that he played in KL, he already had that level of confidence.
Yeah.
He had that swagger about him.
Wow.
He was fully prepared from the get-go. So I think that's something that, you know, the artists kind of need to possess, as Moy said earlier. A lot of it, everything that we've done so far has been in line with his creative vision. And then I think we did a little bit of a mix of what Raphael was talking about as well, where we started, you know, with everything we did, every show we did, we sent out maybe 300-400 emails to people in the press, asking them to come along. We do guerrilla targeted advertisements, just getting friends and fans to circle around him. And I really think that is the recipe, and that's how things got the way they were. There wasn't anything particularly special or secret about what we did. We just played shows, tried our best to put out good music, accessible music, but trying to still stay true to his artistic vision. And within I think about 6 months, we opened for the Willows over in KL, and I think a few people from Sony saw him there, and yeah, that's kind of how he got signed.
That's awesome. So what how are you distributing your content, like before the majors, or reaching your audience? Was it particularly through YouTube, or
did
you have original content going Spotify and Apple?
Back then, we didn't really put out much original content. We had a few songs on SoundCloud, and some of them gained some traction, especially within like the indie sphere. This was back in 2015, 2016. So I think SoundCloud used to be a bigger hunting ground, I guess, for people to look for music back then compared to, you know, Spotify today. We also did put out a few covers on YouTube. And, you know, we tried to make it funny in a sense. Like, if you go on YouTube nowadays, you'll see one of Nick's videos where he did a colored cover. It was Asian male sings blah blah, like kind of like almost like a Pornhub kind of title, just to get people excited about things.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of, you know, slightly cheesy, gimmicky moves like that to get people to take a second glance at him. But we did not release any of his singles until after he was signed to Sony.
Wow. So his like first breakthrough as an original artist was with a major label then.
Yeah. I also think that it was very different times. Nowadays, like Moy said, artists are expected to already have their own gravitas. They're already expected to have their own fan base, probably, you know, a few 100,000 monthly listeners, and tens of thousands of followers before major labels will even look at you and present you with a good deal.
Yeah.
Back then, I think the labels were just trying to build local artists from the ground up, and they were signing anybody who could sing, dance, and look good. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really good point. So I feel like, and, you know, I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on this, but from now compared to back then, I feel like there's a lot more options for independent labels and musicians to kind of build up that momentum on their own and reach all the platforms. So I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts about that, and how you feel like the landscape has changed in terms of partners or platforms. So Moy, like, how do you help your audiences help your artists get their content onto music platforms?
Basically, we are partnered with Believe Digital. So
okay.
But we also have to be, you know, very good relation with those Spotify, Apple. In Thailand, we have Juke as well. So we have to keep keep make conversation with them to make sure that when you release the song for your artist, to make sure that will be heard, and also what we focus more than just the relationship with those DSP. We also have to build, your own content, your special content that builds around your original content to get more attention from the audience as well. That's the thing that's what the dark that we've been doing for the artist as well.
Great. And original content, do you mean like the original songs, or can you explain more about the types of content that you create?
We do a lot more of okay, of course we release the original song. But when we release it, we always have like pre-release plan to build up and see how the engagement on the social media of the artist and on the darks, how the feedback, and then we start build up before the day of the releasing day. And after that, we also have a plan to follow and supporting the release as well. It could be a multi-photo on the Facebook. It could be more on a like not music video. It's more like like teaser or special content, or even live section that could be linked and help the fan to get to know that wow, the artist is already released a new material. That's the thing that we've been doing recently with our artists as well. And another thing that I would like to mention about the toy, I forgot, is we talking about social media. We talking about online, but something that we have to do as well is, because I'm kind of like, I'm old school guy, so some kind of like traditional media like radio or even on ground activity. That's the thing that artists they are not really keen to do it. That's kind of like our job, try to build those things for the artist as well. Otherwise, you will be only on the on the online thing. If you want to be big, and then there are a lot of artists that they can build their career. They release the song by themselves, and then they get some noise, and they have the momentum. But in that moment, I think it's kind of like very important moment for them to shift the position from the indie to be mass, So that's where our label to help and support them to grow.
That's what you guys specialize in, is that switching from indie grassroots to more mainstream by exposing it to media and giving them those kind of offline opportunities also.
Exactly, and help the artists to build their brand. Nowadays there are a lot of artists that they have very good song, and the song is so popular on Spotify or YouTube or whatever, but we don't really know who they are. Right. So we that another thing that the label have to help them to to grow up their brand, and to make sure that everyone know them, and then that's where we put more value on the artist.
Yeah, that's such a great point, and I think it's something that not very many people tell artists about, or if they say it very vaguely, like you've got to work on your brand. But I think it would be helpful for the independent artists tuning in to hear a little bit more about how you go about doing that. Like, how do you figure out what your brand is?
It's tough. It's difficult, because some of the artists we took like 2 or 3 years to find like what you should what direction you should go.
So it's okay to switch, right? Like it's okay to meander and figure out.
Yeah, but I can tell you one thing, that I've been working with a lot of artists, but I can tell you that if you find an artist and then they come to you and then they say, I can do a lot of things, I can do a lot of style of music. Those artists, they're not going to be famous. From my experience.
Yeah.
The artists that I've been working with, like the Toy or Wow and Dove or Bob, they all know what they want. They know what color they have to use, what shoe they want to wear. So they know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah.
But for the independent artists out there, so you just need to find a way and get to know yourself, and then I'm sure that it takes time, but if you need to fight by yourself.
Yeah. And it's, I guess, Raphael, going back to what you were saying, when you're so aware and into the genre that you are, right, which made it so much easier for you to identify where those fans are, because that's you. Like, where are you finding music? Where are you discovering music? Which is, I think you're on mute, Sai.
And I think the coolest part about being like an independent artist or being an independent label is that we have the freedom to put out what's like authentic and genuine. As Moy mentioned, like it's important for the artist to know who they are and what they want to be, and like that to me is what sets you apart, right? Anyone can, like, there's so many people that can make music, and there's even more people that can make put their music out as well. But what's important is that you are yourself and you are like authentically yourself, and that's what sets you apart.
Yeah, no, I love that. Isaac, you have anything else to say or to add to that topic?
I think something I was just thinking about when Moy was talking earlier was, how they add value to independent artists who are moving into the mainstream. And I think that's a very, very important point that a lot of independent artists don't realize. Just because you're indie doesn't mean that you have to work alone. Something that we've been doing a lot, especially over the past year and a half, has been, especially for indie artists, to find the right partners for them. So when we put out a release nowadays, for example, with Lunadera, right? We had Lunadera's label in KL working on the release there. I was working on the pitching. We had Secret Signals coming on the press. We had another creative agency come in to do the graphics and the visuals. And end of the day, they're still independent artists, but by building the right team around you, even as an independent, you can do, dare I say, better as well, or better than a lot of majors around here, especially in this time and age, when you capitalize on good partnerships and the people around you.
So that's a really good point. You listed like a couple of different types of partners there. I think maybe for some of the people tuning in who may not be as familiar, would you mind kind of sharing like what kinds of partners you should be finding? Like,
sure.
Secret Signals do for you, for example.
So Secret Signals is a PR company that's based in Singapore. They typically focus on Asia as a whole, so they help out with getting placements for press on like Bandwagon, MTV, on radio stations around the region. And then we also worked with This Way Up, who is and This Way Up is a record label based in Kuala Lumpur run by Chin Hackman. And they do a lot more on-ground brand activations with Vans, for example, for this release. And so we utilize the power of the brands that they can pull in to spread the song and the message further. The other types of partners that you could be pulling in, and I think that's the most important part, it's probably getting a good creative partner to stick with you throughout the entire process, because you want to have a cohesive image for every release cycle. So in this case, Nadira and Jimmy, behind the song Hoodie, they did the visuals and the art themselves, but they had each other to bounce the ideas off of. And if you don't have that, find somebody who's willing to, grow with you and do that with you. Other types of partners that we've engaged have been everything from, mixing and mastering engineers. Sometimes we'll give them splits as opposed to paying them up front.
It's a good way of doing it because, cash flow may be an issue for
Yeah.
independent artists, I'm sure.
So the way I see it, right, is like, you've got majors these days who are, with 360 deals, they are taking, 80% and giving the artist 20%. Play around with those numbers yourselves too. Maybe give, 10% to your mix engineer, 10% to your creative partner, your visual designer. Utilize all of that as well, because that way you give them an incentive to do even better work for you as opposed to just being a one-off thing. You make them part of the team instead.
That's a very, very interesting and very useful approach. Thank you, Isaac. Raphael, what are some opportunities or new things or new revenue streams that you're experimenting with in this strange time of COVID, where traditional forms of regional marketing like touring are not possible?
I mean, touring and like touring internationally has never really been a huge revenue stream for us. If anything, we took those more as like marketing and PR. But most of the money actually came from like stuff like Spotify, Bandcamp, selling merch, which hasn't been that greatly affected by COVID. But we've been taking this time to like just hunker down and start working on recording our albums and stuff like that. But like there have been opportunities recently to play shows as well for our bands, like live streams and stuff. But I personally feel that especially for our style of music, they might not be the most like appropriate, especially for music that like rides on being loud and being packed and high energy, right? Yeah. But we're doing something pretty cool next month. We're doing like a show on Minecraft with Club Matryoshka, which one of Isaac's artists, Shu Hill, will be on as well. So I'm looking forward to that.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Can you kind of explain that for people who might not be familiar? Like, what would they expect from Club Matryoshka?
Yeah. So Club Matryoshka is like they do like Minecraft based shows. They actually feature on Vice and like Resident Advisor a couple of times. They've brought in artists like Giraffe Age, Boy Pablo, and a slew of other pretty big electronic artists. But what they want to do this time is a more regional lineup. Everything held like you just to join the server. Everything's on the Minecraft server, so you just join the Minecraft server and you can be with all your friends, all of the attendees of the show, and the performer plays like a specially designed stage, and around the stage it's like a festival. So there's things to do and like things to buy, things to drink, and there's even like mini games that people can do to interact with the music, interact with the artists. Yeah, and it's run by Similar Objects, who also runs Buwan Buwan Collective in the Philippines. Yeah. So it's just people deep in like the electronic scene, and especially like Isaac mentioned earlier, they were big in like the SoundCloud scene as well. So they're very much like a post-internet group of people that are working on music and musical experiences in a post-internet age as well, which I think is very, very, very cool.
That is very cool. I love that. I'm definitely going to look that up and add that to my calendar as well.
See you in Minecraft.
Yeah. So Moy, I'd love to if you could share some advice to artists about sustainability, especially when it comes to rights and contracts, because I know like Thailand has had a very interesting history of the way labels and companies have had agreements with artists in the past, and that seems to be shifting. So can you explain that to us a little bit?
Yeah. That's the thing that we having the this kind of issue for like a decade, that about the right of the composer of the song, and about the contract, because you probably heard about some of the artists in Thailand, when they finish the contract with the label, some label, and then they can't even play the song, because when they sign the contract, and then they gave it every right to the label as well. So this kind of thing in Thailand in the past, 10 years ago or something like that, and now we think it's getting better. And now I think Thai people or even indie band, they learn a lot from the past as well. So now thing in Thailand is getting better and better about the right, about the copyright thing. Yeah, but I just want to mention that for the artists and independent artists, that when it's come to the contract, don't jump to conclusion too fast. You have to make sure. I always told the artists that I'm signed with, like, bring your lawyer, ask your friends, talk with your parents. You have to you have to feel comfortable with the contract. Make sure don't be too fast for that, because if you sign, and then no one's gonna help you. So that's the thing that all the paperwork that I know. I've been there when I was a kid, or even nowadays. Sometimes the paperwork, and then you didn't even look at it. So
yeah.
So
You're
just
so excited.
yeah, to warn everyone out there that if you have a chance to do a sign with a label or any kind of contract, even distribute contract or everything. So you have to make sure that you consult with the lawyer or something.
That's very, very good advice there.
Yep.
Isaac, talking about sustainability for your artists moving forward, what are some key areas that you're focused on really like driving or enhancing for your artists?
Well, so ever since the pandemic hit, live shows took hit. The brand campaigns also went down the drain for a while. What we've done together as a collective has literally just been to sit down and write songs. But the focus hasn't been on writing songs for themselves. It's been on writing songs for each other, and for beyond that as well. So we're thinking about moving and expanding to publishing next year. And over the past few months, we've basically just built up a gigantic bank of songs.
Great.
And we're trying to get placements all over the world. We've had a few really cool ones happen. And I think this is something that a lot of artists, especially over here, don't really tap into, which is, publishing royalties, because it's such a, I guess, opaque kind of thing. Publishing, where's that money?
That's a very good point, Isaac. Do you mind actually explaining to the audience, because I feel like a lot of artists are not familiar with the difference between master and publishing rights. Would you mind explaining a little bit about that?
I will do my best. So basically, when you put a song out, you've got two sets of royalties. One is your master royalties. So that's the song recording itself. But then your publishing royalties come from the lyrics and the composition. So you're paid separately, depending on which part you did it. So for example, if I sang a song written by Raphael, I would get the master royalties, but Raphael would get the publishing royalties. That, to me, is the simplest way to put it.
That's great. That's a very good way to describe it. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's essentially what I've been trying to do. We've been trying to increase their revenue streams. So we've been pitching them not just as artists, but as songwriters for other people. We've been pitching them as producers for other people.
Great.
And all of this adds up to passive income that really, really helps with sustainability. Over the years, it becomes something that you keep forever, as opposed to, if your rights go away forever in perpetuity to a label. Yeah, so I would urge anybody out there to basically, if you don't feel like writing a song for yourself, like on this particular day, if you're feeling inspired to do something that isn't in line with your brand, just write, send it out, pass it to a friend. Maybe they'll have success with it.
Yeah.
You never know.
Interesting. And then you also mentioned pitch it for sync. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more as well?
Yes. So sync is short for synchronization. Synchronization is essentially when your music gets put onto TV shows, films, games, basically any other usage of your song besides through DSPs or for sale or YouTube. So, for example, Shell Hill, earlier this year, he managed to get a placement for a Netflix original show where he got one of the songs that he wrote was the theme song, and that brought in a lot of publishing royalties, but it also brought in advance payments when it comes from when Netflix basically decided to pick it up. So sync and publishing tend to go hand in hand. Your publisher typically has to sign off on it, but good sync agencies can really, really help you not just gain more fans outside of your fan base, but also build up a strong portfolio of royalties again down the line. Very sadly, I don't believe we have strong sync agencies for local or regional music within Malaysia or Singapore at the moment. So what we've done is we've partnered with a few different sync agencies in the States and in Europe, and they help service our catalog to show coordinators in different parts of the world.
That's so interesting. That's really great that these sync agencies overseas are interested in music from other parts of the world as well.
Funnily enough, especially in the States, if I'm not mistaken, they prefer having songs coming from overseas because they pay less royalties on it. So it's something to keep in mind.
Gosh, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but... Yeah, Amoy, how important is sync or powerful is sync in Thailand?
Oh, yeah, I think that's quite big, but as Isaac said, we don't really have kind of like, the guy that who helping to make a deal happen. But what I did in the past, I know some people, and then I've been around, so I knocked to the door with the advertising agency, put it in town that, we have the song that's been released, and some of the song that we sometimes we even like present them before we release the song as well. Like,
oh wow!
I got a new artist, and then this song could be good for automobile advertising, thing like that. Yeah, and then or maybe we talk with some production house who making series, that kind of thing as well that we've been working in the past. There are some songs that been helping a lot for like when we gave when we get a sing deal, and then that help a lot for the artists. And there are one case that I just learned from our artists, that we release a song, and that song is doing so because the new artists and this other song is good, but because of the new artists, and then I'm doing very so, and then one day the artist which is really mad. equivalent with the toy, but it's not a toy. And then he picked the song to perform on one of the one of the TV show, and then since that day, now that song is becoming more streamed, and then now that song is become like top 5 of our catalog to be on the Spotify on Apple. So I think this kind of thing that could help the song or emerging artists to get to be heard more about. Yep.
No, it's great. I think that's a very valid point, that beyond just the revenue from the payment and the publishing as well, that it can have such a positive effect on growing your audience and impact on your streams.
Yep.
That's very great.
Yep.
So Rafael, what about you? How have you distributed your content onto the platforms, and what sort of relationship do you have with the digital services? How important is that?
For us, we actually distribute everything. I think this will be very relevant, especially for new artists. Like, we already started off distributing everything like with the show kit, but from there, and the show kit, the way it works is that literally like anyone watching can release their music on. You don't need like any prior like record deals or distribution deals. All you need to do is just sign up for like, I think something like $20 a year, or some like very insignificant fee like that, and from there you can release like your music on Spotify and all the DSPs. But obviously that's not enough, because for better or for worse, like there is a need to get your music on playlists to be visible, right? You don't want to have a Spotify account with like 0 listeners. So we do have a relationship with the DSPs within Singapore and in the region, just like contacts in all of the DSPs. But beyond that as well, you are being someone based in Singapore, for example, sure, you can have a good understanding of the industry within the region, Southeast Asia, for example. But beyond that, with no like boots on the ground, you won't have the access to the people that you need. So we have partners in Japan, for example, where we work together with a label and distributor there that does our reissues. And even beyond proper like recording and distribution contracts, we worked with people and PR agencies in the UK and in the US. And on a more grassroots level as well, we to get the word out in smaller scenes, indie scenes in the US, we work together with record labels there that helped us release reissues, like cassette reissues, to get the word out. And from there, like, it organically spreads the word, be it through press or informal ways like word of mouth.
Great. And then did you just reach out to these labels and distributors in Japan and labels in the US?
It's kind of a both way kind of thing, quite a number of them reach out to us because there are so many like-minded people like us, they're just into music. Like, I'm sure every one of us here in this panel is, we listen to music, reach out to people, and like we want to work with people that we believe in. So it's kind of a two-way street.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's really interesting to hear about like how valuable teams are as well, and hiring the right people on the ground in different markets. But what are some tools, like, leading up to that, or until people are able to get and find those right people? What are some tools available to all artists who have their music on Spotify or Apple or YouTube that they can look at and use today to try to get more promotion on these platforms?
So I think one thing that everyone has access to is things like Reddit, things like Facebook, things like Twitter, where you have access to to fans that are already predisposed to music like this. Let's say you sound like a certain band. You let's say I sound like a Boy Pablo or Be Able Doobie, one of those like big indie guys, and from there reach out to the fans that reach out to the places where you think the fans of these music will be. So that can be things like Facebook groups. You know, join a fan group, man. Like, and from there, just post something that says that, oh, I made a new song, and I think this song is, I think you will dig it because you dig like this band as well. And from there, the word really gets around because you know that these people will be into it already, and that's how you create audience that you know will subscribe to your music and will trust you eventually. So like that's a big part of sustainability for me. Like building a community of people and nurturing that community of people that trust you and that you can trust as well.
So, you know, that's a good point about trust. I guess like sort of like best practices that you could recommend to people when using this approach to maintain that trust, because I feel like on one hand, you've got people who might be a bit shy to communicate or sell their stuff into a group full of people. Or on the other hand, you might have people who think that what you're saying is like sign up to every Facebook group and like post as much as you can. So where do we lie in that spectrum?
just be like personal and honest, man. Like you're the fan of the music as well. Like everyone here is just fan of music, you know. You want to share the music that we like. You know, as a label, I like beyond seeing it as a service that I'm doing for the bands that I believe in, I just want to share the things that I like. You know, I love hanging out with my friends and talking about music that I like and sharing it, and ultimately like running a label and be able to push the music that I believe in. Like that's the whole point, is just be personal, and I don't think anyone will think that you're being like explicitly like advertising something. You know, you don't want that. You want to be personal with people.
Yeah.
And beyond that, I personally make it a point to at least for SOPs, for example, whenever we played shows, whenever anyone mentioned this, I made it a point to be personal and to reply to them. And that's a way to build trust as well. I mean, it is a bit more legwork, but you know, like whenever you're bored or like, you know, whenever like I'm on the toilet or something, I just like open like Instagram and just reply to stuff like, thanks for listening, man. Like and if they mention a song or something like that, or they say something, I reply to that. Just be personal about it, and that's how you build a community that trusts you. That can happen through shows as well. We put on a lot of shows in Singapore, and even like regionally, and I make it a point to have these shows be accessible, because as much as we like to think that we have a wide audience, the main people that go for shows and the main people that like are huge fans of music, they're often like young people, and to cultivate that kind of trust, you have to start young. You know, I want my shows to be accessible to children, not children per se, but just young kids, man. Young kids that can't afford $40-$50 shows. I want them to, like, you know, with their pocket money just come for our shows, and that's how you start building a scene that believes in the music, that knows that music is something that they can have in their lives, especially in somewhere like Singapore, where oftentimes live music can take a backseat.
Yeah, no, that's a very valid point there. Thanks. Isaac, have you used platforms like Spotify for Artists or Apple for Artists? And can you talk a little bit about, or YouTube CMS in any cool way to help your artists?
I don't think we've used it in like ways that are particularly different from everybody else, but to everybody watching, you should know that these tools are here at your disposal, and you should be using them as much as you can. Like when it comes to like Spotify for Artists or Apple Music for Artists, a lot of the time we collate the data that we get in terms of you know, where our listeners are. If we see a spike, for example, in Bangkok, you know, we want to talk to people there. We know that, you know, something's happening there. It's been playlisted. People are saving the music. I think this comes along maybe slightly later on into the process after your first few songs. But you can use that data to do everything from plan shows to figure out where you should be doing targeted ads. I actually have a very interesting anecdote from a friend's agency. They're called 3D Method. And they manage this band called Peachtree Rascals. I don't know if you guys realized, but over the past 3 to 4 months during COVID, they've been spamming Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and Philippines with advertisements on Instagram for this one song called Mariposa.
Mm-hmm.
And over the span of just these 3-4 months, they have managed to almost triple their total streams on Spotify. And all this started because they realized that they were starting to get a few more fans in Indonesia and Philippines who were saving, liking their music. People there were adding songs to playlists because that's something you can see on Apple Music or Spotify for artists. And right now, I think they're doing extremely well, just based off of their insights and analytics for that. Another tool that I've used recently, which I found very cost effective in promoting music, has been Summit Hub.
Summit Hub?
Yes, I'm not sure if you've heard of it. It's basically this platform that brings together bloggers, curators, playlisters, as well as artists. So you pay for credits. It's like $1 credit, and with those credits, you can send music to curators, playlisters, record labels, even bloggers, and they will have to listen to your music. You can ask for different types of feedback, and sometimes it's great feedback, sometimes it's not.
Mm-hmm.
But recently, they've opened up the platform to influencers as well. So for a release that we pushed out maybe 2 weeks ago, we spent a total of $50, and we had a total reach of about 3.5 million people. Yeah, because we had about 20 influencers pick up the song on Summit Hub, and they had a combined reach of about 3 million people.
With a budget of $50, 50?
Yes.
Wow.
To be fair, it was a really good song as well. We didn't get any rejections, and we targeted the song towards influencers and musicians who also seem to enjoy that style, which is something that you can see on the platform too. So that's another platform that I think younger artists can look for. There's a free option too. You won't get as many. Your acceptance rate won't be as high, but it's something to check out. Why not if you have some time?
So what were those influencer campaigns? What did they look like?
A lot of them look organic. So for example, we had Chandani, who is this Bollywood actress.
Mm-hmm.
Basically just her sitting down, listening to music in the background, and it's a song. And then, people are going to ask what song is that. And then maybe about 20, 30 minutes later, she posted the link to Spotify.
Oh, just in the comments?
No, not as a post, as a story.
Okay. Got it.
The other thing that has worked for us in recent months has been TikTok seeding. So, there are tons of kids with 10,000 followers on TikTok.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are 16 to 18. They're the target market, but they're also not really making money. We spend a bit of money on them, maybe like $50, get them to post the song twice, do a dance to it. It adds up. It really adds up. For one of the songs that Nick did, we did a campaign similar to that, and got 4,000 dances of the song.
Wow.
For a total spend of maybe $1,000 on TikTok. Yeah.
That's a pretty good ROI as compared to Facebook advertising or some other
So I think the key here is advertising, IG ads, Facebook ads, Spotify ads, even they do give you an ROI, but the best ROI is always when you're working with other people, because people trust people.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, versus just the flat clear advertisement that comes up in their feed. That makes a lot of sense. Moy, are there any platforms specifically that you feel like you guys are crushing it on right now, or that give you the most amount of reach? Or
I think mainly for What the Dark, we still doing a lot of things on the Facebook and Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
During the COVID, of course, the TikTok become the big part of our our society. So now we learn and we did try a little bit of campaigns on the TikTok as well. But
yeah,
and but the thing about TikTok is because in Thailand the TikTok is for really mass media. Now it's getting really big in Thailand as well. We learned something that if you want to do something on the TikTok, you have to make sure that your artist really up for it as well. Sometimes if you did a campaign with a TikTok and then if your artist not really up for that, that's not gonna make any difference.
Yeah.
So now we have we learning about, and also our artists also try to learn about the TikTok as well. But I think the TikTok is definitely going to be one of the two that everyone have to look at it.
Yeah.
But just a matter of how we gonna do it, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is that, I guess most people think of TikTok, and I certainly usually have done in the past, as a very dance format, right?
Yeah.
That's sort of how it kicked off. But I do know that they are focusing on different pillars now of types of content. And some of the artists that we've worked with for The Orchard, for example, have done very cool content on TikTok that is not necessarily
dance. Yeah,
it's like indie rock bands or genres that don't fit into challenge, a dance challenge, but it could be like cooking or talking about something they're passionate about or educating about, whatever really.
Yeah, do a song together with your artist or something like that. It's all about creativity. I think the platform is already there, but you just have to figure it out how that you come up with the idea that fit with your artist and your target audience that you want to reach out.
That's great. And the other thing is, as we're becoming a consistently global world, tighter knit world, and all of your artists have performed outside of their home countries, and it's a very exciting time in that way. What advice do you have in terms of how artists might be able to cross borders and grow their audiences in other markets outside of their home market?
Yeah, I think now, especially for Thai market, we not really like Singapore or Malaysia or Indonesia, because with Thai we normally the artists that I manage, they all sing in Thai. All one dog. But recently I tried to do some. I got an artist called. I'm not sure that you guys have heard about Valentina Ploy. We saw her a year ago. She half Thai, half Italian. She doing really good on Philippines, Singapore, and Taiwan. So that's I think that's the first artist that I think that we can break to another hometown. And now she's doing very good in Philippines, and then we even hire some people over there to help out on ground doing a PR thing, little interview, those kind of things that I think nowadays the band that can that swing by each country nowadays, and I even learned that the Japan market is also very interesting. The Japan, because I learned that before the COVID, I went to Japan, and then they even have a Thai indie corner in the Tower Record in Shibuya.
Shibuya Records has a Thai indie section in it.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah, so there are kind of like a movement in like Thai indie band that it's not that big, but is not that big, but we have something going on in our territory. I would say a lot of Thai band like Jim and Swim, like some of Thai band already touring around the region, even if we don't have a COVID right now, I think there are a lot of Thai bands going on. We have Pumipuri already that been died, but now I think there are a lot of Thai bands that started doing Asia tour.
Yeah.
That's a great thing, and also we also listening a lot of like indie band from Indonesia, Malaysia, or Singapore as well. So now it's like the music is universal. So like now I think it is a good time of the people in music industry now.
Yeah. That's great. I mean, Raphael, you were mentioning earlier that you've got a partner in Japan, and Japan is a notoriously insular market, like very difficult to penetrate from the outside because of the language barrier, especially, right? So maybe you can share a little bit about how your partner in Japan helps you.
I actually think that now more than ever, like around the world, there have been more and more outlets spotlighting Asian artists. Like I actually think like it's straight up cool to them now. I mean, you look at artists like Boom for it making it huge around the world, and even Asian artists in Western markets are starting to like break out a lot bigger as well. And especially where we are now, being in places like Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. I think it's like an optimal location where like East meets West. Where this interest of Western media, but we are also starting to embrace our own stuff as well. So in Japan, we work with a label called Impartment. They release music from Singapore label, Kitchen label as well. They actually have a huge interest in Asian music as well. So they release Boom Before It. They release Filipino artists, Mellow Fellow. If I'm not wrong, I think they might release Jim and Swim. Or Jim and Swim might be on another label. But yeah, so they've had a great interest in Asian music, but we're also getting more and more interest from Japanese major like indie labels, the big indie labels, wanting to feature Asian artists as well. And I think that there's just been a greater acceptance across Japan for Asian music. Like Moy mentioned, pretty much every record store at this point, even the smaller ones, have an Asian indie music section. And
awesome.
Yeah, it's no longer as insular as it seems.
Yeah.
And even the bands there are starting to want to come here as well. I just brought in a band from Japan called For Tracy Height last year. They played a show in Thailand as well. It was a sold out show that Scene Space Poom brought in. Yeah, it was a sold out show. In Asia as well, the Singapore show was sold out as well. And the same happens when and we just create these like relationships that we just help each other out.
Yeah.
You introduce our market to them, they will introduce us to them as well. It's just like it's a two-way street, and from there, like I'm very happy that eventually Asia can have like a sustainable touring network, especially for countries like Malaysia and Singapore that don't necessarily have the domestic market that Thailand or Indonesia or Philippines or Japan has. I think that's very good. Yeah.
No, I love that. That's so exciting to hear. I mean, it's really great to hear, especially as I feel very confident that Asia is going to be, or already is, the first market in the world to bounce back, with touring happening in China, with Taiwan having, arena shows, right? Even Thailand, you've been having a lot of live music activity as well.
Yes.
It's good to know that there'll be opportunities sooner than later amongst each of these markets. We only have a couple of minutes left. Time flies when you're having fun. I don't see any questions in the Q&A section. If anybody would like to ask anything, now is your time. And in the meantime, I guess we could end with sort of like, you've each shared so much really great information here, like really useful tips. I think that any independent musician would walk away from this with learning something new. But if you could highlight just one big point of everything that you've said today as like a key takeaway, what would it be, Isaac? I'm going to go one by one to each of you, so be prepared.
I think it would be collaborate. You don't have to do everything by yourself. Collaborations don't just have to be with other artists. It can be with other people who bring more value to you as well. and vice versa. So it's collaborate, reach out, do more with people.
I love that. It's one of my favorite words. Okay, Rafael.
I think for me, it's to be honest. Oftentimes marketing, advertising can seem like very dirty terms, but even something like that can be genuine and personal.
Mhm.
And that's the leverage that we have, and as independent musicians, embrace that and embrace that freedom. You don't have to answer to anyone.
That's so great. Thank you. Moy.
Yeah, I always say, like, for the music industry, it's a tough industry. It's very tough, but there is a way. So there is no shortcut in the industry. So you have to keep doing, and it doesn't matter what kind of music you are, but it have to come from you. You can't. It's like you have to be honest with your music, and then you keep doing that, and then if you make a good music, the people will come to you. I think.
I love that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Moy, Rafael, Isaac, SGMUSO. It's been really lovely chatting with you all here today. I hope everybody who's tuning in found that helpful, and I hope to see you all soon somewhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm sure you had a party.
Singapore's #1 hit music station.
987. I'm sure you had a party.
Hey, it's kind of G. I'm a work in progress, man, not still, man, I don't need no vest. Nothing can stop my process, I work like a pro, you man just protest. Yeah, winning comes easy, top 3 I give away L's on a freebie. I don't buy the beat, I do a wheelie, give man a mumps and I do that weekly.
Tell me what's going on. This love has made you blind. Love don't live here no more, and I don't wanna waste your time. Love don't live here no more. Love don't live here no more.
up? Welcome back to SCAPE Music Day Out. And next up is what all of you have been waiting for. Some performances coming your way in the next hour from two very, very talented independent musicians, Renee and Waring. These artists have constantly pushed boundaries to their music. So here's Renee and Waring. Hope you enjoy.
see how far we've come. Never imagined that you might be the one. All those years we spent on silly little things won't trouble us at all with the joys the next will bring. 'Cause now when I'm alone it doesn't matter at all. I know you'll be there to catch me when I fall. 'Cause when the skies are gray, I know you'll brighten up my day. Like cheese on toast, I don't really wanna boast, but I think that we were meant to be this way. Hi everyone, I'm Renee and that was Cheese on Toast. Welcome to SCAPE's Music Day Out. I hope you guys are having a good time. And my band and I are going to be bringing you a couple songs, so we hope you enjoy. Okay, this next one's called Eyes Wide Open. Love is anemic, like the blood in my veins, twisted inside and I can't fight the pain. All I know is that I'm lost, but I'm finding my way to a place so familiar. That look in your eyes, I can't stop the fear that you'll push me aside. All the things I remembered, what made sense to me, forgotten in haste of a dream. My eyes are wide open, my thoughts laying bare, my head's in one place, but my heart isn't there. Don't know where I'm going or what comes next, but maybe it's just for the best. The months come and go, but I still feel the same. I think of your voice and the promise you made. You insisted and said things would turn out okay. But if you were here, would you want me to stay? My eyes are wide open, my thoughts laying bare, my head's in one place, but my heart isn't there. Don't know where I'm going or what comes next, but maybe it's just for the best. My eyes are wide open, my thoughts laying bare, my head's in one place, but my heart isn't there. Don't know where I'm going or what comes next, but maybe it's just for the best. Maybe it's just for the best. Please don't let my hopes up. I'm dying to feel what was right, what was real. Tell me the truth, what was I to you? With distant memories, all days to live to be. My eyes are wide open, my thoughts laying bare, my head's in one place, but my heart isn't there. Don't know where I'm going or what comes next, but you said it's all for the best. So maybe it's just my eyes are wide open, my thoughts laying bare, my head's in one place, but my heart isn't there. Don't know where I'm going or what comes next, but maybe it's just for the best.
right, thank you. For this next track, this was my latest release. I released this song in January 2020. It feels like so long ago, but I was part of the Great Singapore Replay, and that's where I wrote and recorded this track. So I am very, very grateful to have had that opportunity to do that before, the virus hit. And I'm very glad to be here today. So thank you so much to SCAPE for having us here. It's pretty fun because this is the first time that we're playing a gig and we can all see each other. So I guess those are the perks of not being able to have a live audience. So this next song, Taking the Blame, it is a song that I wrote about my relationship with society. It sounds so grim and let's just play the song. So this one's called Taking the Blame.
Waiting for the right time, treading on a fine line, talking circles about wanting to leave, hesitate to wear your words on your sleeve. I remember the dark nights, sometimes I can't bear to look twice. I wish it never had to be this way, but I know it's what it took to get to this day. Still I know I wanna stay for the fight. Wanting more is not a reason to hide. Don't wanna lose before making a claim. I don't mind taking the blame. I feel like a hypocrite sometimes. Wait for a dream that shouldn't be mine. How can I find my past if I don't believe that it's mine to take? How do I find my place if you don't believe that yours has to change? Still I know
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to switch over to my acoustic guitar now. So it's always a difficult journey deciding whether or not to bring my acoustic guitar to performances just for this one song. But I think we all agreed, the whole band agreed that it was worth it. Because it just doesn't sound the same with an electric guitar, you know. This next song we're going to do, I kind of see it as like the first song that, it was my first song that started my journey as a singer-songwriter. It was the first song I wrote that I decided, okay, I want to put this out one day. And I did, last year in November. And this song is called Times Like These.
You say you want the best from me, but I can't seem to find the piece that's missing from this game that you are playing. My friends say I should let this go, but I just want for you to know our minds aren't in the same place and you're winning. In times like these, I think that's the right thing to do, but I know it won't come easy. In times like these, I feel I shouldn't look at you, but I know it won't come easy. I walk a lonely path at night, but it's the road I know is right. I gotta learn to get on by myself. But as the sun begins to set, I think of you and what we had. Can't help but miss that you were always there. In times like these, I feel like I should talk to you, but I know it'll come right back to haunt me. In times like these, I feel like all I wanna do is sit and listen to the rain. I wonder if it's really true, or if I won't stop dreaming of you. My nights and days as dark as a winter morning. I hope that since I've got this far, I play the song on my guitar, I get to feel young and free and happy. In times like these, I think of what I'm going through, and I know he'll make a great story. Oh, in times like these, I think of what is best for you, and I know in another world it might have been me. It might have been me. It might have been me.
So of course, all this wouldn't be possible if I didn't have my amazing band with me. And I would like to tell you their names. So on the drums we have Joshua, on the bass we have Joshua, on the guitar we have Danny, and on the keys we have Jamie. So I owe everything to these folks. Thank you all, I love you all. So I think much like a lot of artists during this whole lockdown period, I think a lot of people have been busy just writing things and preparing for eventual releases and hopefully live shows soon. So I was one of those people, kind of just taking my time to work on whatever I could. And so this next song I mean, if you've been for like any of my gigs, even prior to Circuit Breaker, you would have heard it lah. But if not, then this is new. Okay, this song is called Better Than to Brood.
Never thought I'd be here. Never thought that this day would have come. Always said you'd be here. Told me before that was the last one. Wish I had a time machine I could use to take us back. Save the very last of when I didn't know it yet. But what good does pretending do? And I don't think that you would too. Bailing out, I'm walking away. I'm bailing out, I'm walking away. Bailing out, I'm walking away. I can't find a reason to stay. 'Cause I would never put you in my place. Bailing out, I'm walking away, but I can't find a reason to stay. Confuse me for a moment, praying that your words will simply pass. Keep me in the dark and not consider what your talking does. You go on and on and on and on, but I won't bear the hurt for you. I know better than to brood. Bailing out, I'm walking away. I'm bailing out, I'm walking away. Bailing out, I'm walking away. I can't find a reason to stay. 'Cause I would never put you in my place.
So we have come to our last song of this set. Thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in right now. And I also want to say a big thank you to those who have been supporting me throughout, me and my music, throughout this whole, difficult period. I also want to give a big thank you to SCAPE, to the team here. Thank you so much. You guys work so hard, and we are so appreciative of you guys coming so early to set up and everything. You make things so smooth for us. So, just to kind of let you know, as I said, I've been working on new stuff, so I am going to release an EP next year. So if you like what you hear, please stay tuned. You can follow me online, Renee N. Wong, Renee with one E, and I hope to see you all very, very soon. All right, this is our last song. It's called Lonely.
surrounded by things that remind me of you. It's not that I want you back to me, just wish I could change what I put you through. The weeks pass along and I'm finding it easy, can't figure out why it doesn't feel like before. Each little thing I was forced to ignore. Always thought I had something to hide, asking me what's on my mind. I realize now maybe we both were confused. I couldn't be me when I was with you. It's the time of the night and I'm lonely, surrounded by things that remind me of you. It's not that I want you back to me, just wish I could change what I put you through. Every morning the same. I took things for granted. You walked out the door. Every day that came, I questioned myself. What was I looking for? It's the time of the night and I'm lonely, surrounded by things that remind me of you. It's not that I want you back to me, just wish I could change what I put you through. This is something we both need, something we both want. Stars, but I gave you the best what I need to be happy. I hate that it ends with what we had to do.
It's usually the first venue you think of when you want to have a show.
We all come from the underground scene. All these like small intimate spaces are very important to us.
Yeah, so we're going to Substation right now. A lot of fond memories there.
And the space is really like kind of freeform because essentially it's just a empty room.
Yep.
And you can basically set up, you know, if you were organizing a show
In
there,
any way
you could
want,
organize it
yeah.
any way you want.
Mhm.
This used to be like a street. It was not like
not paved. Like,
not paved and like blocked off.
It was a road essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, just a road that went through all the way, and there used to be a lot of gigs here on the street. Not just the inside, but like the outside was part of the performance, I guess.
Which was very cool because I mean, it's almost like an evolving space that's just like, you know, it can be whatever you want it to be, right? Like what you were saying earlier.
Yeah.
Back then, since SCAPE was having like weekend trip and stuff like that, it was very cool because like artists were not performing on such a huge platform, but yet like there were a lot of people supporting it.
As a promoter and as an artist, it's a space for us to
be able to just put out our ideas and like where it's not being accepted anywhere else. So that's somewhere or something that a space is for us, just somewhere to be free.
I guess Home Club was a place where new and upcoming bands can play shows and use it as a platform to grow their fan base or their following, and also to test out new material. It was basically a small square stage with subpar backline. You don't have to worry about getting equipment because you know you'll be there.
There was Identity every Friday night. And what I love about that lineup was there was always diverse. Like you can have a cute teensy pop act right next to like heavy metal act.
I think a lot of bands have done fundraisers here, and I think that was really important as a young band. Like there was no way to like generate money because you can't tour. So like if you wanted to go overseas and play, you needed to do a fundraiser. So I think that's like the kind of memory I always keep with me, that like if not for this place, that it would never have happened.
So now we're going to the main space of Substation. I think it used to be called the Guinness Theatre, probably quite a while back. Yeah, so this is like where most of the things that happen in Substation actually get staged.
Yeah,
the stage will be right there. You can have like theatrical performances here, gigs here. You can even have like more experimental performance art pieces here, where you combine different media and stuff like that, and different I guess practices. To me, that's like super special because it allows the artist to say what they want to say and express what they want to do, express what they want to express in their own, completely in their own words,
Or I feel also to take risks.
Yeah.
Even when booking shows with Disrupt and Third Eye as well, we usually gauge like the crowd expectancy.
Our crowd isn't really like really big, so we have to look for somewhere that's right in between in terms of venue sizes and capacity wise. So somewhere between around 150 to 200 people max.
It used to be like before Big Duck, when I wanted to try and get a show running, I wouldn't do it because the cost just won't justify what we wanted to do. We won't be able to make any money back. But now with these smaller venues and spaces, I can book a show and still make enough money to book another show with a profit afterwards. So I'm very grateful to be in this time, and I think it's only gonna get better.
When I started going to like proper hardcore shows, it was quite violent, honestly. It was like for hardcore shows, like last time it was like controlled violence, but it was still pretty violent and aggressive. Compared to now, it's more tame, which is better lah. I mean, like people were just picking fights. Like, there were a lot of fights happening last time. Like Adil was saying lah, you come here to play. It's really about the performance of it and just like safe space to try new stuff, as you were saying. Not so much about like I gotta have the best gear with me.
Yeah, it's also more than the equipment. It's actually the people in Home Club. They are always so like nice about when you're a new band. They're still pretty chill. They try and help to give you the best sound possible. Over the years, the sound guys changed, but it's always a similar kind of experience.
Somehow always a joker.
Yeah.
It's always
That's true.
it's always a joker on the soundboard. Yeah. I honestly remember easily like one show a week here.
Right.
Back in back in the day.
Substation itself, I fondly remember all those gigs with like 10 to 15 bands.
Different mixed genre
starting
shows.
at like noon until
Yes.
like 10 p.m. or something, 11 p.m. and then you catch the last train home, And that's like everything from like ska to
political punk
like
to
twee
hardcore
pop
to like screamo.
Yeah. Everything. And I feel like that's really unique because one day you pay like certain amount of like what 10
10
bucks,
or 12
bucks,
at the most,
and then you get like an entire day of like anything you want to listen to. And the thing is like you will see like metalheads listening to indie pop, you know, and it's
vice versa.
And it goes, it's like everyone just listens to everything because you just want to listen to music and have a good time, right?
Thank you, good night.
I went to my first local show in 2008. That was Weekend Trip at SCAPE. So then like when I watched that show, I was like super inspired to play in a band. It was quite crazy because like I've never seen people react to a local band the same way they will react to an overseas band, an international band. Like literally the crowd energy was the same as when I watched Fall Out Boy at Indoor Stadium. Honestly, like everyone was just like shouting, jumping, stage diving, and I was like, I don't know, 16, 17, I was just like it's like I was just mind blown.
It was my first time hearing like every single person in the crowd screaming lyrics and like going berserk at a local band, which to me was like the coolest thing ever, and it kind of gave me some kind of hope like, hey, our scene not bad, yeah. Like this is really something.
Like a super important part of all these like art spaces is the people who fill it up. You will see people who are like new to the whole gig scene.
Yeah.
People who are like veterans, people
all
who,
kinds, yeah.
People who aren't even musicians, people who are artists,
sometimes
DJs,
people or even like passerbys. I've even met people just passing by and they're like, they hear it and they come in.
They come in, and I think that makes like a very interesting kind of dynamic because everyone feels like you're in the same kind of plane, you're at the same level.
Yeah.
Whether you're actually playing that day or you're just watching it, I think everyone's kind of like just there to have a good time.
It was pretty cool because like you never thought that what you listened to on your MP3 back then, like a scene in Singapore actually exists. So like when you're exposed to that, and like when I was exposed to that, I was like, oh shit, this is really cool.
The younger kids out there will probably talk about how like 10 years down the road, they're going to talk about their experience going to decline. Aliwal, that kind of thing. They're going to talk about the same thing and how it used to make them feel like home. So I think every generation experiences a different thing, and that's what makes underground music great.
It grows with you as a band. So like new bands these days are probably going through the same thing we went through 10 years ago.
Except they don't have spaces like this.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
So the barrier to entry for you to start out as a band is like just pretty much an online presence, and that's all you can do, I feel. Because like the next step is to book a corporate venue and pay a certain amount, and there's so many...
Which doesn't work out in their favor because they don't get to play a lot of shows to start with, and then they get put on, let's say, a big stage to play a show, and then they're not as experienced as they can be.
To me, it's a rehearsal space that can house a lot of friends at the same time.
I don't want stupid singers. I'm gonna train you to be smarter singers.
The reason why Anne and myself is still in the industry today, because we are what we call the mango people.
As far as music goes, as far as composition goes, I think it's the same. Whether it's now or music back then, it's just the method or the style, how to get into it is a bit different. We used to play music using the sequencer where we layer instrument after instrument. I used to play the parts and he used to do the drum bits and all that. But with the music these days, is everything 100% is from the computer. They manipulate it, am I right to say that?
Yeah, somehow.
They change it a bit and they make it their own.
Yeah. So
I produce electronic music, right? My family, including my brother, they're in a band. The things that I do is mainly based on my laptop. You could easily make, a full track in, less than a minute or so.
Throughout the years, there's been many types of musicians, right? But now I think it's even more because you got musicians that are not really musicians. Somebody like him who does everything on the computer but still produce music, the same kind of, at the end of the day, the basic thing is it's music. Because we all started off very young, I was like 18, fresh out of school. We had to go through like managers telling us, hey, hello, why are you singing like that? But if you don't start somewhere, then you never get there. So for us, we were very lucky because I had 20 years with the band. All the things that I learned in the band, all the times I kena scolded, all the times my drummer wanted to throw stick at me, yes. All those things are the things that helped me to be what I am today. So the kids these days, they don't get that. The kids these days, they think that what they hear on the internet and how they perform, that's it. For me, I feel that it's sad because you didn't get the chance to go through all that hours and the months and the years of performing, playing anything. The kids don't get a chance to develop as well as they should because there are many talents in Singapore. I've heard some really good singing and I've heard a lot of bad singing, but half of them could have been better if they had a chance, a place to perform, Usually
I don't tell people who my parents are. I kind of just want to do my own thing because whenever they know who my parents are, they have preconceived notions about that's why he's good or that's why he's this and that. Because often when I go to my friend's place, then I see their mom maybe knitting or cooking. But when I go home, right, I hear my mom singing in the kitchen. Then I see my brother like DJing, and that's like my everyday life. I can always go back and ask them for advice if needed to. And I don't know, music has always been part of my life. So being called a musical family, it's just something normal to me. Yeah.
I just like to see them do their thing, It kind of keeps me motivated in a way, and I'm inspired. So yeah, and I'm just proud of them. Like,
thank you.
Last time you can have as much as 30 clubs in Singapore, and those 30 clubs are all crowded. When you have so many clubs like that, the thing is there's a chance for all the bands to play. Now a very good band don't even have a chance to play anywhere, let alone the club,
It's very sad.
Internet days came and disturbed the whole procedure because people were on social media. Now people don't want to meet like that anymore.
Right, you have Spotify and you have YouTube and SoundCloud and whatever to showcase your music. But the downside is you're doing everything yourself. So half the people who learned and know or have talent can come up with something decent. But the other half who did not learn, who think it's not necessary to learn, anybody can sing one. You know why? Because there's auto-tune. You can put vibrato into your voice, right? So things like that is what's spoiling the scene. Basic, everybody's got to know music. Everybody's got to learn, have some knowledge. I'm a composer, I'm an artist. There's no such thing. You can compose a good song, but can you sing your song well? So I always say it goes hand in hand. You cannot just forget about this, the new way is this, and this is the way we go, and we forget about the old ways. I don't think that's right. I think with everyone and with almost everything, you have to learn from experience. You have to learn from the people who are experienced, then you get better.
Most of the kids that come here to record nowadays, right, including the rappers that I'm recording, all your age group, the thing is now they don't care. There was one session I did, this guy came and he sang the first verse, he sang one chorus. Then when I stopped to play back, and I played back,
and I look at the glass window, that guy was actually gone. I thought maybe he went to the toilet. You know what happened? Then my phone beeped. You know what the message says? Bro, can you copy and paste the first verse and chorus to the second verse and chorus? It's the work hazards lah. The work hazard is two boys generation, young generation have to think about. YouTube.
Yeah, turn it namai. Where's all the hair?
So this song is the one that the hold this on the wall. That's for this song. Yeah.
Now that I'm hearing this song, because I mastered this one, again, I'm actually enjoying it lah.
Because you
Mastering was
master
no, I was enjoying it because mastering because working. But now I'm hearing it again. It does make sense if you play this in a big club in Clarke Quay, for example, in Zouk or whatever. Right? People will actually dance.
So do they actually play these songs in the club or what?
This one sound like YouTube, like travel vlog.
Yeah,
This is meant to be
exactly.
chill. So it's meant to be like, by the beach kind of vibe to it. Yeah.
I want the future generation in Singapore to prosper in music, for whatever music you do, whatever kind of genre you do, so on and so forth. To tell you, your generation, we are here always willing to help anybody from the new generation. But we all have to be on the same page. We are all on the same page, we can get things done more progressively and a bit more detailed. Because we know a lot of people in Singapore, generations after generation, and we know a lot of important people also.
Imagine if we can network,
Yeah.
we can
Network
really
with them.
do something big.
To the older generation, thank you for whatever you've done. However, I notice this like whenever I'm out playing gigs or studying music, or I also have I'm a drummer, so I have a community of drummers. We are called Drummer Co. If the older generation can continue to support us and tell us about all the old stories, teach us tips and tricks, and learn about business, I think it'll be really good. So for the older generation, don't be shy. It'll be really nice to see all of you coming to all our gatherings. Come to our gigs, come to our performances. Listen to us on Spotify, kind of like, it would be great to have you guys here involved with our journey.
trembling hands. And I'll be a crutch till you be safe. I stumble home tonight, trying to evade my mind. Give me your hand and give me your hand. Tell me you'll be there. Tell me you'll be there in my heart. They won't let us win. There's a place I know, it's where nothing falls apart. Tell me you'll be there. I will let you live in my heart. I will let you in. There's no dead end road. You were right here from the start. Right here from the start. Right here from the start.
Turning burdens across the ocean. Cover me in the specifics. I wanna feel like I never lost you. Is it okay if I let my hands speak? Letting go twice would be a mistake. All these signs start to look like goodbyes.
I'm sick of eating air. Down one path to trembling hands.
And I'll be a crutch till you be safe.
And I stumble home tonight, trying to evade my mind. So give me a hand. Tell me you'll be there. Tell me you'll be there in my heart. If they won't let us win, there's a place I know, it's where nothing falls apart. Tell me you'll be there. I will let you live in my heart. I will let you in. There's no dead end road. You're right here from the start. So tell me you'll be there, and I will let you live in my heart. I will let you in. There's no dead end roads. You were right here from the start.
Hey, we're worrying. It's good to be out of the house. It's good to be alive.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. Oh my god, I am like sweating so much. Okay, we've literally have not played a gig in like half a year. But it is very good. Thanks for having us out here. We've got a couple of songs for you that we still have yet to release. That first song was called Tokyo Picnic Club. It's, okay, interesting story. It's named after this thing in Tokyo where like people will just go to the middle of the CBD and they'll have picnics in the middle of the CBD. It's like they're trying to reclaim the land, you know what I mean? So like, yeah, it's that kind of like interesting idea that we were playing with of like, what if you could just escape out of like of this very like dreary, boring thing? It's like take a picnic in the middle of a boring day, your boring lives. Okay, yeah, we're wearing, this next song is called Call It Even. It's a sad song. We like this song.
Somehow, like every time we try to explain this song, the thing that we say changes. I think it has to do with the fact that, like, you know, letting go of people from your life is quite a difficult thing to do. Like, on hindsight, everything seems like it was good, and all you can think of is like, man, if I had like one more chance, things would have been better. So I guess that's what this song is about.
Yeah, it's also like, you know, saying that it's okay for people to walk off your life, and it's okay for them to walk back in. That's pretty much what this song's about.
Hang up your plans to spill off a reckless summer. Laid out in the dark, you see how it comes full circle. And on these sheets I tell myself all things to run their course overnight. Are you just a color that I can't see? Can I just get one night without all the mess? Cigarette burns, headlights, smell of your hair. Will I be seeing you in the wreck of day? Tired throat Will I be seeing you in the wreck of day? Tired throats screaming our own names. Ah, come back now, we'll call it even. If you come back now, we'll call it even.
Come back now. Come back now.
Come back now, we'll call it even.
Cool. Thanks. Like so used to waiting for applause, but just thanks. Okay, so Whirring as a band is like 2.5 years old by now, I think. Was it like February, right?
Yeah, around there.
No.
2 years.
Yeah, just 2 years, sorry. So one thing that we did, like right at the start when we formed the band was like, let's create a shared Spotify playlist. So if your band doesn't do this, you should do it. Because it's so much easier to write when you're telling her like, hey, I want to make this song sound like that Jai Wolf track that I put in the playlist. Then she's like, oh, okay. And then like, hey, I want the doom-tsu. Then she's like, I don't understand.
Yeah, especially because like how we started as a band was, we used to play post-rock, in a conventional band setting.
Post-rock is like very generous.
Okay, post-rock inspired bands, and then, and then we were like, let's try electronic, like let's try pop.
Yeah, I mean
And
like
then
mostly
we-
because like, only got 2 people. Then like,
Yeah.
what
And
can you
like-
do with the limitations?
Exactly, and like we needed like the common language. So one of the first songs that we put on the track was this song. It's by Oh Wonder. They're amazing. And stupid story. This year, at the start of the year, they were supposed to come and perform for Singapore. And then we were like, let's get their attention and open for them. Let's try. So like we recorded this cover like at the tail end of like the freedom that we enjoyed before the lockdown.
Like the week before lockdown.
Yeah, we went to Plug
Literally the
Studios and then like recorded this and then boom.
Hey, shout out to Plug. Love you. Yeah, so this is Landslide. This is like the most uplifting song in our entire set. Ready?
I know it hurts sometimes, but you'll get over it. You'll find another life to live. I know you'll get over it. I know you're sad and tired. You've got nothing left to give, but you'll find another life to live. I know you'll get over it. So when you're caught in a landslide, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. In the rain, give you sunshine. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. Every time that you're lonely, and every time that you feel alone, you should know I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. You know. I know your hope is heavy, but you'll get over it. You'll find another life to live. I know you'll get over it. And I know you feel like everything is falling to the wind. So don't you let the thunder in, 'cause I know you'll get over it. So when you're caught in a landslide, I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. In the rain, give you sunshine. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. Every time that you're lonely, and every time that you feel alone, you should know I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. You know, you fell down by the wayside, love locked in an overflow. You threw stones at the starlight. I stood on the sidelines telling you that I get that you're lonely, and I see that you feel alone, but I heard in a heartbeat I'll be there for you, you know. for you. I'll be there for you, you know.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Guess we should talk more about songs. That was Landside. This next song is interesting because so usually like how we write is that I come up with like the production stuff because I own the laptop and I pass it on to Mish who comes up with like melodies and like she sings like random gibberish over like the stuff that I write and then I write the lyrics. But this song's interesting because we passed it on to her and she found it like super easy to write in Korean. And so I tried to like write in English, but nothing sounded like authentic or like nothing sounded like right. Cause like like you write in like, I think like this was the only song where like you wrote in like Korean itself, and then like I guess like the way that the language works like just was very hard to like translate back.
Yeah, there are a lot of like expressions that are like hard to, find in the English language.
Yeah.
So like even like the title of this song is like Modern Jong. It's like morning spelled wrongly.
It's a typo on our Telegram chat.
But like, Jong is one of the words that like I only found in the Korean language, as far as I know. And like, I guess it can be explained as, a sense of connection that you have with anyone, any human being. So Modern Jong is like the lack of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for learning Korean to sing this song.
I mean, disclaimer, if you don't know who we are, like Mish is Korean, so it's not weird for her to write in Korean.
It's not gimmick.
It's not gimmick. So like, yeah, still trying to write Malay song, but difficult. I just want to be pastel light so bad. Okay, so this song's called Moranjang. Please appreciate it. I had to learn how to sing in Korean for this. It's very sad. So it's September. You know, like it's weird because like you have like typical things that like you use to count, like you just figure out like where you are in the year, and like one of those things is like which festivals are happening. Good transition, right?
Baby.
Yeah. So I mean, like we're very used to like babies being around this time of the year. So like it's, we just had like the online thing, and I think it's great that like we still can as a scene carry on music making and like and enjoy like the bands that we love. Well, it's like the most PC thing I'm ever saying. But yeah, I think it's great. But like the story is that we wrote this song after we watched Bay Beats. Literally like watched the show on the train home. Mitch sends me a demo on Telegram.
Because
like,
I live way nearer, right?
Yeah.
This boy going back to Choa Chu Kang, then I like turn on my laptop and like send him some stuff. Then he was like, I'm gonna cab now. I'm gonna work on this now. Stupid, eh?
I mean, yeah, like like when you hear something good, like you wanna like sit down and like like work on it, like produce, like add more layers to it. Yeah, so this song is called Close. It's opened a lot of doors for us so far, hopefully more. We wrote it in like 2 weeks, and the first demo was literally sent to me after like one night of Beats. And I guess that's like a very nice thing to say, because like good art begets more good art. So like you get inspired by like whichever artist you like, then hopefully like that chain continues. Yeah. Should we mention that this song was like inspired by explosions in the sky?
I guess we should now.
Okay, no, like we say that like people will have like very high expectations. Electronic pop, guys. Okay, anyway, this song's got Close.
We could fall in the backseat. Your Tom and lean eyes feel like home. Use your inside voice and whisper to me all your secrets. If we get bored in the backseat, I've never I'm saying too much. So can you read my mind? The less I say, the more it seems. Let me know if I'm just the only one yearning. Let me know if it's just me. Your hair just right, I might let my feelings show. I can't tell how you feel, so please play along when I get too close. I'll lean on you when the turn is, cause I get scared when I get too close. You're barely listening, falling deeper into the seats. No, I can tell if I'm whispering. I want you to know that I'm obsessed. Did I say that out loud? Did I? I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. So let me know if I'm just the only one yearning. Let me know if it's just me. Be spending all my time lost in you, but oh God, why? If the light hits your hair just right, I might let my feelings, I can't tell how you feel, so please play along when I get to. If the light hits your hair just right, I might let my feelings show. I can't tell how you feel, so play along when I get too close. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know.
Okay, so this last song, we have to really thank two amazing people who are very special to us, Jason Gelchen and Shabir. for being mentors and co-producers of this song. This song's called Departure Song. Let's set the scene. Actually, wait, that's a bit loud. Okay, I have some stuff that I want to say. Okay, so this song, we wrote it for a thing earlier this year, and it was great. One of the last gigs we performed before the world ended, and this is only surprisingly the third time we're playing this live. Yeah. So the whole song is a weird alternate history retelling of, because we have worked out this program, then they told us, you have 2 prompts. You have to write about the, was it 1300s in Singapore and use electronic music. It's 1300, where got electronics? It's okay lah. So what we did was we went in and we looked at all these old Singaporean legends, and your Hang Nadim, your Todak Singapura Dilangga Todak, and Sang Nila Utama. It's the cheesiest of them all, but it was the one that ended up working. So this song is it's a retelling of the Sang Nila Utama story. And what if instead of this very mythic king who crossed the sea and he saw a lion and he founded an empire, he founded a country, what if he was just this very nervous young boy on a ship, running away from home because his parents wanted him to be something else, and he's just okay, I'm just gonna go and do my own thing, and everyone's telling him dude, you shouldn't do this, it's gonna be the worst decision in your life. And yeah, the whole story, he's on the ship, there's storms. I'm basically retelling the story. You know this story, but it's just basically, what if he was more human? What if he was less of this legend? And what if he was us? This song is very personal, even though we're using Sang Nila Utama as the main character. So, thanks. This is Departure Song. It's our last song. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
the same rate I feel so much more alive. If you could see me now, you know I crossed the sea.
Thanks, crew. Thanks, Hide. Thanks, Scape. Love you. See you soon. We're worrying.
Thank you so much for tuning in to SCAPE Music Day Out. Wow, what a wrap on day one. It's such a fantastic day. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself because we got 2 more days packed with performances, webinars, and so much more great content. I hope you enjoyed the program and make sure to tune in because the next few days, Joakim will take over as the host. You notice they didn't put us together because we work with each other and we've had enough of each other. No, I'm just kidding. Joakim, if you see this, please don't kill me. I'm Germaine. Thank you so much for joining us for SCAPE Music Day Out. Day 1, that's a wrap.